ranging and thorough piece of work which assessed the effectiveness of pornography legislation, regulation and enforcement. The review's final report was published on the 27th of February, and the findings of the review continue to be assessed by the Government. It's right that the Government take time to understand this complex and deeply important topic, and a further update will be provided in due course. And if I just may stress the point that the review recommends making non-fatal strangulation in pornography clearly and explicitly illegal to possess, distribute and publish.
Violence against women and girls, I think we can all agree, is an all too frequent occurrence. And the ONS has published data which shockingly revealed 4.3% of women between 16 and 59 in England and Wales have suffered sexual assault in 23-24, up from 3.4% in 2009-10. Women and girls will only truly be safe if we rid society of the appalling rape gangs. A Welsh rape gang survivor has publicly called for an inquiry into this. Has the Minister met with the Safeguarding Minister to reflect this and deliver for victims in Wales? And if not, I ask again, on behalf of women and girls who want answers and to be heard and to see action in Wales and wider, will she push the Welsh Government to use the Inquiries Act 2005 to ensure Welsh victims get justice?
Well, Mr Speaker, the last Government sat on their hands and failed to deliver on the recommendations of the independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, whereas this Government has already announced a comprehensive set of plans to implement all of the recommendations to prevent the horror of child sexual abuse, including the introduction of mandatory reporting, the creation of a new Child Protection Authority and the removal of the 3-year statute of limitation period for personal injury claims brought by the victims of child sexual abuse. And I would just stress, Mr Speaker, that this is a reserved matter and that my colleagues in Government have frequent discussions with colleagues in the Welsh Government.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will take questions 3 and 6 together. Just this morning I had the pleasure of visiting the Carmarthenshire Day in the Jubilee Room, which I would strongly recommend a real display of Welsh farming and food produce, Mr Speaker. So we are, as a Government, steadfastly committed to the farming sector. We protected the farm budget at its current level and allocated £337 million to the Welsh Government at the autumn budget. Now, the Welsh Government in their budget have used this to maintain the basic payment scheme, providing much needed support for farmers across Wales. A budget, as she knows, that Tory and Plaid Senedd members have tried to block.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'd like to draw attention to my register of interests. Not only is Labour's family farm tax threatening the future of farming in Wales, it is indeed a direct attack on farmers right across the UK. In England, we saw the SFI scheme close with no notice. Meanwhile, in Labour's spring statement, they brought forward increases in national insurance, hitting all farmers once again, as well as their tax on double cab pickups, plus changes to furnished holiday lets, penalising farmers who have actively diversified. Can the Minister explain to the Welsh agricultural sector why this Government is carrying out an all-out assault on their way of life?
Well, Mr Speaker, if I may just pick up on the point about the national insurance contributions. As she will know, many farmers employ 1 or 2 people, and as such, that is why they would come in the category of some of the smallest businesses, and we have made sure that we protect them by doubling the employment allowance to £10,500, meaning over half of small and micro businesses will pay less or no national insurance contributions at all. And if I may just point out that her Senedd colleagues voted against the budget for Welsh farmers in the Welsh Senate only a few weeks ago.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister seems to have absolutely no grasp whatsoever of the constant struggle our family farms in Wales and across the United Kingdom are facing, both because of the lack of support in the Labour Spring Statement and also Labour's family farm tax. Farming families are not multimillionaires. They are striving to make a profit, with many earning less than the minimum wage. So will the Minister finally accept that farms are crucial to the UK's food security and the government should support them and scrap the vindictive family farm tax?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, we absolutely do applaud the work that farmers do, and they are vital to our food security. But as he will know, there are many ways in which we have supported farmers, including the £337 million money given to them in the budget this year and passed on by Welsh Government ministers to our farmers in Wales. And when he brings up again the issue of the inheritance tax, I would just remind him that we are maintaining significant levels of relief from inheritance tax beyond what's available to others and compared to the position before 1992. Where inheritance tax is due, those liable for a charge can pay any liability on the relevant assets over 10 annual instalments interest-free.
Harris.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Welsh Government's budget contained over £300 million to support Welsh farmers. Is it not the case that Plaid Cymru and the Tories put Welsh farmers' livelihoods at risk by voting against the Welsh Government's recent budget?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right.
Question 4, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are negotiating a new partnership with the EU and believe that securing a broad-based security partnership, closer cooperation on law and order and tackling barriers to trade will boost our economies, keep us safe and improve families' finances. Since coming into government, I've worked with UK and Welsh Government colleagues to drive over £1.5 billion of private investment from the likes of Erin Holding, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners into Wales, creating hundreds of jobs and laying the grounds for thousands more.
Mr Speaker, only this government can deliver cold comfort and warm words all in the same sentence. The fact of the matter is that after the Labour-Tory hard Brexit, the Welsh economy suffered by £4 billion, trade's gone down by £1 billion and Wales has lost £1 billion in European structural and development funding. Then on top of that, the Labour budget has kicked them even further down the track. When will she stand up to her Westminster masters and finally do something in the interests of the people of Wales?
Seriously.
Mr Speaker, Welsh businesses, both large and small, tell us time and time again they are being held back by red tape, and we need to tackle the barriers to trade to help drive the investment, jobs and growth for both the UK and EU economies. Nationalists can continue their obsession with the Constitution, putting up borders, not breaking down barriers and raising taxes on working people like they've done in Scotland.
Jessica Moore.
Speaker, closer collaboration between the UK and the EU on defence and on defence spending is a very important part of strengthening our relationship, and also will be important for the Welsh economy, including companies like Enesis, who I visited recently, who produce specialist batteries for defence and other applications. So can the Secretary of State say a bit more about how increased defence spending will aid the Welsh economy and companies like Enesis, particularly in advanced manufacturing and in supply chain?
Seriously.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? She's absolutely right about the potential for growth. This government's commitment to increase defence spending means that our strong defence manufacturing base in Wales and the skilled jobs it supports has real potential for growth. The top 5 suppliers to the Ministry of Defence all have a footprint in Wales, and alongside that is a strong supply chain. And the forthcoming industrial strategy will set out more details about how that advanced manufacturing base will get government support.
Lisa Roberts.
Reports of a new UK-EU strategic partnership to reduce trade barriers will at last be a welcome boost to Wales's food and drinks producers, given that 75% of the sector exports go to the EU. All producers from farm to fork of our wonderful Welsh produce make a vital contribution to Wales's economy. So will she join me in celebrating all of Wales's food producers and farmers, especially those at Sioe Nevin Show on Monday, and even more so those from Sir Carmarthenshire here today?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to support the Welsh food and farming industry and absolutely concur with her comments.
Sir Roberts.
On another note now, policy and practice show that 10 UK local authority areas worst hit by Labour's welfare cuts, nearly half of them are in Wales. That's 190,000 people in Wales affected, hitting our post-industrial quarrying and coal mining communities hard.
Shame.
How does she explain to her colleagues in Wales why the communities where Labour used to be strongest should now suffer so much because of her government's cruel welfare cuts?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, she might know that none of those reforms have actually gone into effect yet, so nobody has been affected by them. But we have inherited a Tory welfare system that is the worst of all worlds, the wrong incentives, discouraging people from working, the people who really need a safety net still not getting the dignity and support that they need and deserve, and the taxpayer funding an ever-spiralling bill. It's sustainable, it's indefensible, and it's unfair.
Andrew Ranger.
Question 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 5 and 11 together. In Wales, the partnership between our two Labour governments is delivering on the people's priorities. NHS waiting lists have fallen for 3 consecutive months. We are creating tens of thousands of jobs in every corner of Wales through our free ports, investment zones, support for steel workers, inward investments and thriving green industries.
Andrew Ranger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supporting people into work is not just the right thing to do economically, but morally as well. I therefore welcome the recently announced UK Trailblazer programme in North Wales that will do away with the one-size-fits-all approach and will instead meet people where they are, giving them a greater chance into stable and good employment. Does the Secretary of State agree that this shows the power of partnership we now have and a commitment that no one will be left behind on both sides of the M4? And will the Secretary of State join me in congratulating Wrexham football team on their historic back-to-back promotion this weekend to the EFL Championship?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many congratulations to Wrexham. Really delighted to see them promoted and very sad that Cardiff were relegated. My right honourable friend is right. The government understands that work is crucial both to our health and well-being, but also to improving our living standards. And that's why last week we announced a £10 million pilot in Blaen y Gwent, Neath Port Talbot and Denbighshire to help support people back into work. We will not sit by and let the Tories' broken welfare system continue, one which has condemned people to a life without work. These Trailblazer projects will help more people in Wales back into secure, well-paid jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this UK Labour government was elected, over 2 million extra GP appointments have been delivered in England, and thanks to a record-breaking £21 billion budget settlement, waiting lists in Wales have gone down 3 months in a row. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that our NHS and our country are safer and stronger when you have two governments working together to make devolution work and not tear our union apart?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend. Driving down NHS waiting lists is a shared priority for both the UK and the Welsh Labour governments. As she says, waiting lists have fallen for 3 consecutive months as a result of our governments working together. Meanwhile, the Conservatives and Plaid Cymru voted against an extra £600 million for the Welsh NHS, and reform would sell it off to the highest bidder.
Alistair.
Does the Secretary of State think that the imposition from tomorrow of a parcels border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland will strengthen the Union, given that parcels business to business from Wales or any other part of the UK to Northern Ireland will now be subject to EU customs declarations and checks? How does that strengthen the Union?
Can I thank the honourable member for his question. As I said to an earlier question, we want to make sure that trading is made easier, that we remove the red tapes and barriers, and those are the discussions that we are having at the moment with the EU.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, what strengthens this union is the nations of Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland intertwined with England. It's the Gaelic nations of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland and the cultures and the history that they bring together. It's also the benefits of the union in relation to employment, to jobs and the opportunity. It's the constitution, it's their service and uniform. All those things bring us together in a way that nothing else can. So this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland can have a better union and can do better together.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the honourable gentleman for his question? I definitely believe that the four nations together in the UK are stronger together.
Real Democrat spokesperson. What's going on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's no greater threat to our union than the feeling that workers in one nation matter less than those in another. And people in and around Port Talbot right now feel like they've had a rotten deal. So can the Minister explain why the deal that her government did with Tata meant that workers who had been at the company for longer than 25 years didn't have that service reflected in their redundancy payments, and why workers wishing to access the retraining element had to forego their right to the enhanced redundancy payment too? And is it true that reportedly, as of February, only 3 people so far have applied for that scheme?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tata made the decision to close the blast furnaces in January 2024, 6 months before the general election. They closed the coke ovens in March 2024. An agreement for the grant for the EAF had already been done, and he might remember that Blast Furnace 5 closed down on polling day, on general election day. The timeline was fixed in order for that electric arc furnace to be delivered. In 10 weeks, we negotiated a better deal, better terms and protections for the whole workforce at Port Talbot. No immediate compulsory redundancies, the best voluntary redundancy package ever offered by Tata to its UK workforce. We saved 5,000 jobs, and 385 acres of land are being released for development and regeneration and future opportunities at the site. All in all, this is a £1.3 billion investment deal, very different from the situation in Scunthorpe.
Perfect. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Clive Jones.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday evening, Royal Air Force Typhoons successfully conducted strikes against Houthi military targets in Yemen in a joint operation with our US allies. This action was in line with long-standing policy of the UK government to defend freedom of navigation in the Red Sea after Houthi attacks fuel regional instability and risk economic security for families in the UK. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that all UK aircraft and personnel returned safely, and I pay tribute to the professionalism and bravery of all our servicemen and servicewomen. The Defence Secretary, Mr. Speaker, is making a statement immediately after PMQs. Mr. Speaker, can I congratulate Prime Minister Mark Carney on his election in Canada? Our two countries are the closest of Commonwealth allies, partners and friends, and we will work together to deepen our economic relationship to benefit working people here in the UK. Mr. Speaker, may I also congratulate everyone across the House, including members of this House and the Press Gallery, who ran marathons in London and Manchester. In particular, the Honourable Member for Gordon and Buchan for the fastest run of any female MP. And, of course, the Shadow Justice Secretary, who I'm reliably informed is still running. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister about the professionalism of our armed forces, and also congratulate Mark Carney on being elected as Prime Minister of Canada. And also everybody who took part in the London Marathon. Both my daughters have done it. It's something I can't do anymore, sadly. Later today, Mr. Speaker, I'm introducing a bill to guarantee Parliament has the final say on any trade deal, including any agreement with President Trump. This isn't new. It's exactly what Labour promised to do in an official policy paper put forward in 2001. I'm asking this government to keep its promise. Currently, members of Parliament have no vote. They have no voice on trade deals. So, will the Prime Minister...
Order. I think the Honourable... What this is good. I think you're on a marathon yourself. I think the Prime Minister may get a bit. Prime Minister!
Well, Mr. Speaker, can we extend our congratulations to his daughters for running the marathon? In relation to trade deals, the government retains the right, obviously, to strike trade deals, delivering growth, jobs and opportunities for working people. We clearly set that out in our manifesto. That's exactly what we're doing. Parliament, as he knows, does have a well-established role in scrutinising and ratifying these deals. He knows that was strengthened under the last Labour government, as he references.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's going to have to be a coming together of Reform and the Conservative Party in some way. A deal, a pact or a merger. These aren't my words, Mr. Speaker, but those of the most senior Tory in elected public office in the country, the Mayor of the Tees Valley. So if senior Tories are plotting it, the Leader of the Opposition won't deny it, doesn't that mean that the only way for us to stop this plot is to vote Labour?
Well, it's no need to answer you, no responsibility for any part. Right, let's move to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Badenoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the Prime Minister's Safeguarding Minister admitted on the floor of the House that there was a cover-up of the child rape gang scandal. Does the Prime Minister think we should expose this cover-up?
Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a serious issue. I oversaw the first grooming gang prosecution, which was in Rochdale more than a decade ago. There is a contrast here because the Leader of the Opposition, when she was Minister for Children, Women and Equalities, never raised this issue in the House in 3 years. Mr. Speaker, the Shadow Home Secretary held 352 external meetings during 20 months. How many were on this issue? Not one. And they failed, of course, to implement a single recommendation for the independent inquiry into child sex abuse. Mr. Speaker, my position is absolutely clear. Where there's evidence, the police should investigate and there should be appropriate prosecutions. That's route number one. Route number two, we should implement existing recommendations, which did expose what went wrong. They weren't, those recommendations were not implemented by the last government. They're being implemented by this government. We are providing for local inquiries. We're investing more on delivering truth and justice for victims than the party opposite did in 14 long years.
Mr. Speaker, in the last year of Conservative government, we had a gangs task force that found 500 perpetrators, protecting thousands of victims. We launched that inquiry that he's talking about, but more still needs to be done. It's now 4 months since I asked him for a full national inquiry. Instead, he promised 5 local inquiries. There will be one in Oldham. Will he now name where the other 4 inquiries will be?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are providing for local inquiries. This is a serious... Well, they've got so much to say now. Why did they not... Mr. Speaker, why did they not implement a single recommendation in the 14 years they had in office? We're taking forward those. There are recommendations already in place about the change that needs to be taken. They sat on a shelf under the last government. We are acting on them. We are providing for local inquiries, and we're investing more in delivering truth than they ever did.
he cannot name a single place because nothing is happening. He stood there at the dispatch box, promised 5 local inquiries. Nothing is happening. On the last day of term, he had his minister come out to water down the promise to say they would provide funding. That is not good enough. At least 50 towns are affected by rape gangs. Places like Peterborough, Derby, Birmingham, Nottingham, Leicester, Rotherham, Rochdale and Preston. Is he dragging his heels on this because he doesn't want Labour cover-ups exposed?
Mr. Speaker, I spent 5 years prosecuting these cases. Mr. Speaker, I was the prosecutor that brought the first case. And when that file was brought to my attention, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that one of the defendants had not been prosecuted previously. Far from covering up, I asked for that file so that I could have a look at it. On the back of that, I then changed the entire approach to prosecutions, which was then lauded by the government. We were doing the right thing and brought those prosecutions. So my record was going after where I thought something had gone wrong and putting it right. She stayed silent throughout their years in government, and so did the entire front bench.
Kemi Badenoch.
Mr. Speaker, he's not the Director of Public Prosecutions anymore. He is the Prime Minister. People want to know what he is going to do now, not talk about what he did years ago. We are asking for a full national inquiry. Andy Burnham wants a national inquiry. He's not Conservative, he's Labour. Harriet Harman wants one. The member for Rotherham wants one. All of the victims I have met want a full national inquiry. He keeps talking about local inquiries, yet they have not got going. And they haven't got going because local authorities don't want to investigate themselves. Local inquiries cannot force witnesses to appear. Local inquiries can't force people to give evidence under oath. So why won't he have a national inquiry?
Mr. Speaker, we've had a national inquiry. We've had recommendations. There are hundreds of recommendations that have been made in relation to this issue. It is a serious issue. I strongly believe that we should implement the recommendations that have already been made. And that is what we are doing. I strongly believe we should listen to victims, and we've been listening to victims on this side for decades and working with victims for decades in relation to what they want, which is local inquiries, and we've set those local inquiries up.
Mr. Speaker, he says we should listen to victims. The victims want a national inquiry. We haven't had a national inquiry. We had the child sex abuse inquiry, which Conservatives launched. There is still more to be done. It didn't cover this scandal in detail. In Manchester, just last year, authorities were still covering up abuse. The local inquiry chair there has quit. Bradford Council, an area of some of the worst abuses, refuses any inquiry, local or national. Whether it's the streets of Birmingham or the Town Hall of Bradford, it is chaos and cover-ups with Labour councils. When will he show leadership and do the right thing?
The right thing is to implement the recommendations that we've got, which is what they palpably failed to do in government. The right thing to do is to have the national inquiries that we need, which is what the victims want. The right thing to do is to invest in our criminal justice system so we can bring people to justice. They've absolutely collapsed the criminal justice system. Prosecutions for rape under their watch, they go up or down. They went down to record lows. Investment in prosecuting these cases went down. Their record was abysmal. They should hang their heads in shame.
Mr. Speaker, this is just distraction tactics. He hasn't read the recommendations, because if he had read the recommendations, he would know none of them would tackle this issue. The fact is, if I were standing where he is, we would have had a national inquiry months ago. This issue is personal for me. I have met many of the victims. This is about the protection of children. Nothing else is more important. In the last few days, Mr. Speaker, I've been to Wiltshire, Lincolnshire, Northumberland, Kent. All of them have outstanding children's social care. Do you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because they're all run by Conservatives. That's the difference that Conservative councillors make. Isn't the choice tomorrow between chaos and cover-ups under Labour councils or better services under the Conservatives?
She says they'd have a national inquiry. 14 years. 18 years and they didn't do it. It's so hollow. And yes, tomorrow is the first opportunity the country has to pass their verdict on the Leader of the Opposition and the party opposite after the general. Have they changed? Have they learned? It's passing verdict on the Leader of the Opposition. We'll see you next week.
Right, Daniel Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish that the Leader of the Opposition would stop weaponising victims of child sexual abuse. Political points. It's damaging victims, and if she cared about child protection, she wouldn't be doing that. It's a disgrace. You're a disgrace. Mr. Speaker, new data shows that in March last year, in Hyson Green and Arboretum wards in my constituency, 64% of children were in poverty, the highest proportion in the whole of the East Midlands, and a damning indictment of the previous Conservative government. One of the proudest achievements of the last Labour government was the action it took on child poverty. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this Labour government will do everything in its power to eliminate child poverty, and that its task force has not ruled out abolishing the two-child benefit limit, the single most cost-effective way to pull children out of poverty?
Minister.
Well, she's absolutely right to raise the disgraceful record of the previous government, which saw an extra 900,000 children in poverty. I'm proud of Labour's record in reducing child poverty, which is what we do in government, and the task force is exploring every lever to reduce child poverty.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Edward Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of my party, can I send our congratulations to Mark Carney and the Liberal Party of Canada on their historic victory. We wish them well as Canada continues to stand up strongly to President Trump's tariffs and threats. Mr. Speaker, Canada has learnt what happens when you do a trade deal with President Trump. He can't be trusted to stick with it. The Prime Minister didn't answer my question last week, and he didn't answer my honourable friend, the member for Wokingham, just now. So let me ask again. Will the government give members of this House a vote on the floor of this House on any deal he agrees with President Trump? Yes or no?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are in negotiations with the US in relation to a deal. We will act, obviously, in the national interest to make sure that if there is a deal, it's the right deal for our country. If it is secured, it'll go through the known procedures for this House.
Fred David.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very disappointed in that reply. There was no yes or no response. We do want a vote, and we will keep pressing him and his government on that. But turning to a domestic issue now, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Dorking and Hawley, has taken up the cause of Fiona Lascaris, whose autistic adult son, Christopher, was horrifically exploited and then murdered by a convicted criminal. As ITV News has reported, when Fiona tried to get a mental capacity assessment for her son, she was dismissed. So Christopher never got the support that might have saved his life. We're going to try to change the law so families' concerns over a loved one's mental capacity have to be considered. Will the Prime Minister give his personal backing to that change to stop another tragedy like Christopher's?
Prime Minister.
Well, I thank him for raising that terrible case, and I think the thoughts of the whole House will be with Christopher's family and friends affected by this, and we'll certainly look into what else we can do, and if there's further details that have been given to me of the particular case, I'll make sure that we follow it up.
Jenko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating Truro City Football Club, who've gone from homelessness to league champions in one season. Yeah. In Cornwall, clean energy is a huge opportunity. We're fortunate to have vast natural resources, onshore, offshore winds, geothermal and tidal. We have a strategically vital port and a workforce ready to step up. I welcome that Falmouth Community Hospital will be getting new solar panels and benefiting from those first investments made by GB Energy. As we pursue our Clean Power Plan, will the Prime Minister confirm this is just the beginning of that investment in renewables in Cornwall?
Can I add my congratulations to Truro? Clean energy investments are powering our plan for change, Mr. Speaker, and that's just the beginning. We'll go further. 200 schools and hundreds of NHS sites across the country will benefit from GB Energy's first solar projects, including Falmouth Community Hospital in my honourable friend's constituency. Hospitals will save, Mr Speaker, £45,000 a year off their energy bills, with that money going back to the frontline services. That's the better future we're building, good for patients, good for jobs growth and our energy security.
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To date, so far this year, 10,000 young, undocumented males have illegally crossed the English Channel into our country, a 40% increase on this time last year, many coming from cultures that are somewhat alien to ours. They are being housed at a cost of many billions of pounds a year in hotels and increasingly in private rented homes. The effect on communities is one of a sense of deep unfairness, actually bordering on resentment. In Runcorn alone, there are 750 of these young men. Just in Runcorn. Is it not time to admit that Smash the Gangs was nothing more than an election slogan and not a policy? And isn't it time to declare a national emergency and to act accordingly?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, we are passing a borders bill with extensive powers to smash the gangs. These are terrorist-like powers that give powers to the police to intercept where they think the suspects are committing people smuggling, which is a vile trade. We must take back control of our borders after the last government lost control. But what did he and his party do? Did they support those extra measures to actually smash the gang? No, they went in the lobby with this lot in their new coalition to vote against them. And let's be clear what a vote for his party means. It means a vote to charge for the NHS. It means a pro-Putin foreign policy and a vote against workers' rights. And now we hear, Mr Speaker, he's recruited Liz Truss as his new top advisor, as he was cheering on the mini-budget.
George Silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For years, my constituents in Orrell have suffered from a lack of local health provision. But next month, that will begin to change, thanks to a new partnership that I built with our local NHS, Wigan Athletic and Wigan Warriors at a Centre for Excellence in Women's Sport. This will be a shining example of shifting healthcare from hospitals into communities. So can I urge the Prime Minister to continue with our plan for change and ignore the member for Clacton who, for decades, has pushed to dismantle our NHS so that my constituents must pay to see their doctor?
Well, I see the member for Clacton complaining, but what did he say? He said we're going to have to move to an insurance-based system of healthcare. His words. If you can afford it, you pay. Not under our watch, Mr Speaker. While he's busy taking Liz Truss's advice and fawning over Putin, we're driving down waiting lists, 3 million extra appointments delivered, and waiting lists slashed in the most deprived areas. That's 6 times the waiting list will come down, including during the winter periods. We're rebuilding our NHS, rebuilding our country of future, and delivering for working people.
Liz Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just before Christmas, thousands of my constituents in Eastleigh were left without water after yet another incident involving Southern Water, the latest in a long series of issues, including outages and sewage dumping in our precious chalk stream, the River Itchen. Yet this month, my constituents face water bill hikes of 47%. Does the Prime Minister understand why my constituents are so angry about this? And what reassurances can he give my constituents that Southern Water and Ofwat will be held to account?
Prime Minister.
I thank her for raising this, and the party opposite should apologise to her constituents for allowing record sewage into our waterways. Our Water Act will clean up our rivers, lakes and seas. Under new powers which came into effect last week, in fact, water bosses can now face years in jail for concealing sewage spills. We've banned the payment of bonuses and introduced new powers. And of course, we're delivering a major review through our Water Commission. And I'll reassure the member we won't hesitate to take further steps.
Sam Colley.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Listening to residents in North West Cambridgeshire on the doorstep and in local coffee mornings, there's a clear message. People want local police that have the time and resources to get to know crime in their areas and tackle it at the root. And I know our Labour mayoral candidate's committed to that as she's elected tomorrow. So could the Prime Minister update residents across Cambridgeshire and Peterborough on how our plan for change is tackling crime and antisocial behaviour and boosting police ranks by 13,000 officers that will be visible in all local communities?
The party opposite decimated neighbourhood police, and crimes like shoplifting and antisocial behaviour ran rife. I can tell him what we're doing through the plan for change: extra police officers, extra PCSOs and more special constables. On top of that, Mr Speaker, a named officer for every community and more teams out in our town centres on Friday and Saturday nights. That's what you get with a Labour mayor working with a Labour government to deliver change for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough.
Josh Babrin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Eastbourne War veteran Staff Sergeant Pauline Cole is a veteran who sustained injuries while serving our country. She was awarded military compensation. But because military compensation is currently considered income by this government, her pension credit has been cut from £77 a week to just £11 a week. We've met with the relevant minister to try to address this to no avail. So I want to ask the Prime Minister, with the 80th anniversary of VE Day just next week, will he meet with Pauline, who's in the gallery, and I to address this injustice and to ensure that no veteran is penalised for serving our country?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this important issue with us? We will always stand up for those who serve our country. I paid tribute to Pauline for her service, and I will make sure that she gets the appropriate meeting that she wants and needs to discuss her specific case.
Julie Mims.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This week, thanks to this Labour government, hundreds of free breakfast clubs have opened across our country. Will the Prime Minister join me in sending good wishes to the staff and pupils at Castle Carrick, Udale, Longtown, Inglewood, Brook Street, Blackford, Hallbank Gate and Bishop Harvey Goodwin schools in my constituency, which are among the first to benefit from this important scheme? And can he confirm that this is just the start of Labour's plan for change to deliver for working parents?
Prime Minister.
Well, look, let me pay tribute to all the staff in her constituency who are working in the breakfast clubs, which, of course, Mr Speaker, deliver free breakfast clubs, 30 minutes of free childcare, saving working parents £450 a year, and we've opened the first 750 across the country. There'll be many more to come, Mr Speaker. We are, of course, also saving parents £50 a year by making school uniforms cheaper, something the Leader of the Opposition ordered all her troops to vote against.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The playing of music and loud videos on public transport without headphones is becoming increasingly common. The various bylaws outlawing such antisocial behaviour are clearly not working, whilst planned cuts to the British Transport Police are bound to make matters worse. Will the Prime Minister back the Lib Dem plan to introduce effective enforcement and a publicity campaign to persuade people to plug in their headphones? After which, you never know, perhaps we can encourage the uncivil minority to take their feet off the seats.
Prime Minister.
Well, he raises a really important question of antisocial behaviour. They're laughing about it. That really sums up what they did in the last 14 years. He knows there are already strict rules in place to prevent antisocial behaviour, including fines of up to £1,000. But we are focused on tackling antisocial behaviour. It's not low level. It does affect people and their communities and their sense of safety and what they can do with their own lives. And that's why an additional £1.2 billion has been set aside for policing, 13,000 new neighbourhood police officers, new respect orders, and a named officer in every community. We take this seriously. They laugh about it.
Bel Ribeiro Addy.
Mr Speaker, rent in my constituency is becoming exceedingly unaffordable, with the ONS's most recent data estimating that the average price of rents have risen by over 10% in the last year, whilst average wages haven't risen at the same level. And I know several metro mayors are calling for the power to control rents in their region to help tackle the issue, and the steps in the Renters' Rights Bill to cap market rents at the market rate are positive. But as landlords are the ones setting the market rates, renters in my constituency are fearful that this won't be enough to protect them from rising rents. So can the Prime Minister tell me what steps this government is taking to bring down rental prices?
Prime Minister.
She's absolutely right to raise this important issue. Communities across the country are facing the consequences of the utter failure of the party opposite to build enough homes. Our Renters' Right Bill improves the system for 11 million private renters, blocking demands for multiple months of rent in advance, and finally abolishing no-fault evictions, something they said they'd do over and over again, and as usual, never got round to doing. Mr Speaker, that's backed up by major planning reforms, our New Homes Accelerator, and £600 million to deliver 300,000 homes in London, part of our 1.5 million homes we'll build across the country that are desperately needed.
Sir Bernard.
Does the Prime Minister recall from our history that even during the Blitz, the concert pianist Dame Maura Hess continued performing her piano recitals at the National Gallery, including the performance of German music like J.S. Bach's Jesu, Joy of Man's Desiring? As a trustee of the Parliament Choir and as a singer, can I ask him to lend his support to Parliament's own VE Day celebration, which will be next Wednesday evening in Westminster Hall, when we will perform in the presence of His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent and both speakers of both houses, not only that Bach chorale, but the music of our other allies and, of course, some British music too. Tickets are still available.
Prime Minister.
Can I wish him the very best of luck? It will be a fantastic event, and it's just one of the many important celebrations that that are taking place to commemorate VE Day. I would encourage the whole House to buy those remaining tickets to go along and attend the concert, which I think is in Westminster Hall, as well as the many street parties and other events that will be across the country. And I look forward to paying my own tributes on VE Day, but I wish him luck.
Sarah Hall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the action taken by the Government to fix our NHS and deliver 2 million more appointments, something my constituents are already benefiting from. Together with Warrington and Halton NHS Trust, I recently submitted a ready-to-go proposal for a new urgent treatment centre and outpatients facility in Warrington. Warrington has over 200,000 residents and no urgent treatment centre. The proposal would reduce A&E waiting times and deliver 100,000 appointments every year. Will the Prime Minister or Health Secretary agree to meet with me and local health partners to discuss this transformational project?
Prime Minister.
Well, I'm happy to make sure that my honourable friend meets the Health Secretary. Mr Speaker, we have got waiting lists down for 6 months now in a row, delivering 3 million extra appointments. The Further Faster 20 programme is doubling the rate at which waiting lists are falling, including in her trust. And of course, earlier this week, we froze prescription charges at under £10. There's a lot that's been done, a lot more to do, but our plan for change is working, getting the NHS back on its feet.
Leila Moran.
Mr Speaker, the non-disclosure agreement was entirely one-sided, gagging me, but not the men or the execs involved. It covered not just business matters, but everything painful I'd endured. I ended up in hospital. These are the words of a victim who suffered intolerable sexual misconduct in her workplace. Does the Prime Minister agree with me and members across this House that the misuse of NDAs in cases like this are totally unacceptable? And if so, will he help us in amending the Employment Rights Bill going through the Lords now to stop this pervasive practice once and for all?
Prime Minister.
She's right to highlight the misuse of NDAs, and I don't think anybody would countenance the misuse of NDAs, particularly in a case as serious as the one that she cited, which is why we're looking whatever we can do to make sure they're not misused.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 14 years of a Conservative government who let fly tipping increase to record levels across the country, my constituents in Ealing Southall will welcome the Prime Minister's announcement today that fly tippers will now face tough action, new technology for enforcement and up to 5 years in prison. Could the Prime Minister set out what other steps he is taking to help councils tackle fly tipping and the difference this will make to communities like Ealing Southall?
Thank you for raising this issue. Under the last government, we saw 1 million incidents of fly tipping. Under Conservative councils, we see enforcement down and fly tipping up. Look at Tory-led Northumberland, where incidents of fly tipping are up 76%. We're introducing, Mr. Speaker, tough powers to seize and crush the vehicles of commercial fly tippers who now face up to 5 years in prison for operating illegally. That's a Labour government clearing up the mess left by the party opposite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, a week tomorrow, the whole nation will come together to commemorate the E-Day. Those who fought in World War II, including my own father, would often attest that no one did more to maintain their morale in adversity than Dame Vera Lynn, the force's sweetheart. A doughty band of campaigners for several years have been trying to create a national memorial in her honour. I'm pleased to tell the House they now have a stunning design. They have a site, appropriately at Dover, and they've already raised over 3/4 of the funding that they would need. So at this very special time, would the Prime Minister lend his support in principle to this noble endeavour? Would he be prepared to accept a personal briefing on the campaign, in which case I suspect that he and I will meet again?
Always a pleasure. But look, I'm going to congratulate him on his campaign. It is really important, and many people were delighted, I think, to join that campaign. Dame Vera is sewn into our nation's soul, providing the soundtrack for our greatest generation, and so it's particularly timely, so I'll support the campaign that he has done so much to promote.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it is the crevasse on the island outside of Asda in Long Eaton or the array of tyre poppers on Quarry Hill Road in Ilkeston, every day my inbox is filled with complaints about potholes that Conservative Derbyshire County Council has failed to fix. Given that the government has poured £1.6 billion of extra funding into road repairs and that tomorrow is the Derbyshire County Council elections, does the Prime Minister agree with me that it is high time that Erewash and the wider Derbyshire got itself a Labour council that will actually repair the roads?
Well, he's absolutely right. Conservative Derbyshire County Council is home to more potholes than anywhere else in the country, and drivers are paying the price. Mr. Speaker, our plan for change has committed enough funding to fix 7 million extra potholes this year, and for the first time, councils like Derbyshire must publish how many potholes they've actually repaired in order to get the cash. The party opposite left Britain's roads crumbling. We are fixing them.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Speaker, the blackouts in Spain, which have caused chaos, the realisation amongst many backbenchers in his own party that thousands of jobs are being lost in Scotland in the oil industry, and the fact that businesses are facing energy costs which are making them uncompetitive and consumers being plunged into poverty, fuel poverty. Does he not recognise that his net zero policy is not only bad, but it's mad? And indeed, his own former leader is now accepting this. Will he not accept the advice from someone within his own party if he won't accept advice from this side of the House?
Prime Minister.
Well, many years on the opposite benches, I learned when asking questions at PMQs not just to read the headline on a Wednesday morning, but to look at some of the detail. What Tony Blair said is we should have more carbon capture. We've invested in carbon capture. That's many jobs across different parts of the country. He said that AI should be used. We agree with that. We've invested huge amounts in AI on the jobs of the future. He also said we need domestic targets so that businesses have their certainty. If you look at the detail of what Tony Blair said, he's absolutely aligned with what we're doing here. These are the jobs and the security of the future. I would also say that we shouldn't weaponise the difficult position that people in Spain and other countries find themselves in at a very difficult time.
Final question, Alex Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the government's decision this month to secure British steel, and at a time when European security is critical, it is defence manufacturers in the Black Country, like Summers Forge in Hell's-Erin and BB Price in Cradley Heath, that will be using that steel to make the military equipment that our defence needs. Will the Prime Minister commit to make manufacturing investment in the Black Country a national priority so that we can live up to our industrial heritage and create the high-quality defence jobs that our region so desperately needs.
Prime Minister. Well, pay tribute to my honourable and gallant friend for his service to his country. He understands our national security and economic security go hand in hand. Mr. Speaker, it's vital that defence investment creates more jobs, apprenticeships and opportunities in the Black Country and across the United Kingdom. That's why we've launched a new hub to give up to 12,000 small firms better access to defence contracts. And of course, we're raising defence spending, the highest sustained increase since the Cold War, something the party opposite failed to do in 14 years in office.
Right, we'll let the front bench change over. We now come to the first statement. Secretary of State for Defence, John Healey.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement to update the House on the action that we took last night against a Houthi military target. We did so in collective self-defence and to uphold the freedom of navigation as Britain has always done. Mr. Speaker, yesterday UK forces conducted a joint operation with US allies against a Houthi military facility in Yemen. Our intelligence analysis identified a cluster of buildings 15 miles south of Sana'a used by the Houthis to manufacture drones of the type used to attack ships in the Red Sea and in the Gulf of Aden. Royal Air Force Typhoons, FGR-4s, with air refuelling support from RAF Voyager tankers, struck a number of these buildings with paved way for precision bombs last night. This action was limited, it was targeted, it was devised to minimise the risk of civilian life. Everyone involved in the UK operation has returned to base safely. And I want to thank, on behalf of the House, all members of our armed forces involved in this operation and to pay tribute to them for their total professionalism and their courage. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's operation was carried out alongside the US, our closest security ally. It was conducted in line with both the UN Charter and the established UK policy of this government and the last. And in opposition, Mr. Speaker, you'll remember Labour backed the government when it conducted 5 separate strikes with the US against Houthi targets. Mr. Speaker, yesterday's attack aligns with 4 broad objectives. 1, to restore freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden. 2, to degrade Houthi capability and prevent future attacks. 3, to reinforce regional security alongside allies and partners, and 4, to protect our economic security at home. First thing this morning, Mr. Speaker, the government briefed the Shadow Defence Secretary, the Speakers of both Houses, the Liberal Democrats Defence spokesperson and the Chair of the House of Commons Defence Committee. I can tell the House now this afternoon that our initial assessment is that the planned targets were all successfully hit and we've seen no evidence of civilian casualties. Mr. Speaker, since November 2023, the Houthis have waged a campaign of aggression against international shipping in the Red Sea. To date, there have been over 320 attacks. These attacks are illegal, they're deadly, and we totally condemn them. Maritime routes have been disrupted, sailors have been killed, commercial ships have been hit and sunk. The Houthis have even targeted aid vessels destined for Yemen itself, as well as military vessels of our allies and partners. Both the Royal and the US Navies have been forced into action in the Red Sea, and last September I met the crew of HMS Diamond, who shot down a ballistic missile and multiple drones in self-defence during their deployment in the Red Sea.
Make no mistake, the Houthis act as an agent of instability across the region. They continue to receive backing from Iran, both military and financial, and even Russia has attempted to support the Houthi operations. The aggression in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden is yet another example of how our adversaries are increasingly working together against our interests. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. This government rejects any Houthi claims that attacking ships in the Red Sea is somehow supporting Gaza. The Houthis were targeting tankers and seizing ships well before the war in Gaza began. Their attacks since have targeted vessels of all nations. So hear me when I say these attacks do absolutely nothing for the Palestinian people or the push for a lasting peace. Mr. Speaker, an estimated 12% of global trade, 30% of container traffic passes through the Red Sea every year. But the Houthi threat has led to a drastic fall. Levels are 55% down on what they were in November 2023. The majority of ships now take a 5,000-mile diversion around the Cape of Good Hope, adding a full fortnight to a journey between Asia and Europe, and pushing up prices of the goods that British people and others rely on. This cannot continue. And Mr. Speaker, in opposition I argued, and I quote, "The lion's share of the responsibility for protecting international freedom of navigation in the Red Sea is being shouldered by the Americans, just as the US has been doing across the world now for 80 years. And since last month, the US has been conducting a sustained campaign targeting the Houthis in Yemen to restore freedom of navigation. They moved 2 carriers into the region. Their recent strikes have destroyed multiple command and control centres, air defence systems, advanced weapons manufacturing sites and advanced weapons storage sites. The US military say their operations have now degraded the effectiveness of the Houthi attack, reporting that ballistic missile launches have dropped by 69%, one-way drone attacks are down by 55%. Mr. Speaker, the US continues to be the UK's closest security ally. They're stepping up in the Red Sea. We are alongside them. Yesterday's joint operation builds on the broader support that we've provided to the US in the region in recent months. That includes air-to-air refuelling, the use of our important military base, Diego Garcia, for regional security operations, and our AF Typhoons to support the defence of the US carrier strike group, which has been coming under near daily attack now from Houthi missiles and drones. Mr. Speaker, this government will always act in the interests of our national and economic security. The UK is now stepping up and encouraging allies to do more to protect our common security, just as we are with last week's deployment of our own carrier strike group, starting an 8-month deployment into the Mediterranean and Indo-Pacific. The UK has a long, proud history of taking action to protect freedom of navigation. This illegal Houthi aggression doesn't just disrupt shipping. It doesn't just destabilise the region, it hits our economy here at home. And that's why the government took this decision. That's why the UK has taken this action, to help protect freedom of navigation, reinforce regional stability, strengthen economic security for families across the country. Mr. Speaker, we are determined that we will keep Britain secure at home and strong abroad.
Shadow Secretary of State James Cartridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for early sight of his statement and to the Minister of State for the Armed Forces for the briefing he extended to myself and other parliamentarians earlier today. As far as His Majesty's opposition are concerned, the rationale for these actions has not changed since we undertook similar operations in government in the months leading up to the general election with the support of the then opposition, and we agree that this action is effectively an act of self-defence on behalf of ourselves and our closest allies. After all, With the main target for RAF Typhoons being a Houthi drone factory, we should remember that drones were used by the Houthis to target our own naval ships, such as the attempted drone attack on HMS Diamond in January last year. But whilst HMS Diamond was able to take effective action in response on that occasion, we know that this is a capability that can be produced in very large numbers and that the threat remains a clear and present danger. Indeed, we understand that the US Navy continues to be subject to Houthi aggression, including from drones. Thus, in our view, it is entirely legitimate to support the defence of our close ally, the US, and to prevent future potential attacks on our own fleet and international shipping by attacking the Houthi drone threat at source. But the Houthis' actions are not just a threat to ourselves and our allies. As the Secretary of State said, they are illegal and completely counter to international humanitarian priorities, given that their attacks have imperilled aid deliveries to the Yemeni people, whilst undermining a crucial shipping route for grain en route to some of the poorest people in the world. The government therefore has our full support for this latest operation, and we are grateful on this side to the brave and highly skilled personnel of the Royal Air Force who conducted the mission, including both the Typhoon crews and those supporting the air-to-air refuelling mission. In particular, we welcome their safe return and completion of what appears to be a successful operation in terms of degrading Houthi drone capability. Of course, the US have been undertaking their own self-defence against Houthi attacks, and we very much welcome the close working with US allies, as was the case when we were in government and under the previous administration in the US. This underlines the continuity of our most important strategic military partnership, and it is right that we work as closely as possible with the US to address threats to freedom of navigation. That said, Mr. Speaker, that freedom of navigation is vital to the ships of many nations, not just the UK and the US. The whole world benefits from action taken to keep international shipping flowing, supporting the wider economy. So can the Secretary of State update us on what talks he has had with other allies, including NATO members, on providing direct military support against the Houthi threat in future? After all, this is not only a threat to many other nations, it involves other hostile states, notably Iran, with their long-running support not just for the Houthis, but also Hezbollah, Hamas and other armed groups in Iraq and elsewhere. So how will the UK dock into the approach being taken by the new US administration towards Iran? The Secretary of State also referred to Russian involvement. Can he confirm reports that the Houthis have received targeting assistance with potential ballistic missile attacks from Russia? And does this not show why supporting Ukraine against Russia is about a much wider strategic picture that directly threatens the United Kingdom? He also referred to the use of our military base, Diego Garcia, for regional security operations. Well, soon it will not be ours, Mr. Speaker. And doesn't this kind of action show why surrendering its sovereignty is so reckless? Finally, turning to the SDR. It was very concerning that the Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Defence said to the PAC yesterday, and I quote, "It is a strategic defence review that will need to be translated into a set of specific investment decisions in individual capabilities and projects. That will be work for later in the summer and into the autumn." He knows that there are urgent procurement decisions needed that relate directly to the Houthi threat in the Red Sea, not least upgrades to the Sea Viper system, which we believe must be accelerated. He also knows that procurement is largely on hold, awaiting the publication of the SDR. So he promised to publish the SDR in the spring. Can he confirm it will definitely be published in May, which is the last month of spring, and most importantly, that in May we will see the full detail on all major individual procurement choices so that the MOD can get on with them as a matter of the utmost urgency?
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the honourable gentleman's tone and the content of his response to the statement. Labour backed the previous government's strikes against the Houthis. He points out for the House that the rationale then is the same as the rationale now, and that was a useful contribution to this discussion. He's right to say that the clear and present threat that the Houthis pose to all nations, including to ours and to our closest allies, is also the same. And, Mr. Speaker, when I was Shadow Defence Secretary and responded to the previous government, I did so as he does to me today, because this is bigger than politics. This is about freedom of navigation, it's about regional stability, and it is also about that most important security relationship that the UK has with the US. He asks me about some specific capabilities. I have to say to him, look, we are now able to plan to provide the best possible kit for our armed forces because of the historic commitment to raising the level of defence spending to 2.5% that the Prime Minister made to this House in February, 3 years earlier than his own unfunded plans, and then, of course, moving it to 3% in the next Parliament. He asks about the capabilities on some of our naval ships. And when I met the crew of the HMS Diamond in the autumn, they demonstrated to me and talked to me in detail about just how exceptional their response to that multiple attack was, and just how effective the weaponry on HMS Diamond was at that time. And therefore, we are upgrading the ships with a number of capabilities, including Dragonfire, something that he first talked about. But I say to him, we are now doing not just one ship, as he talked about, but 4. We're doing it sooner than he planned, and we're fully funding it, which he hadn't done. And Mr. Speaker, he asks about the discussions with other nations. Those discussions about the importance of regional stability, about the Houthi threats and the freedom of navigation in the Red Sea were discussed by foreign ministers at the G7 and at NATO foreign ministers within the last month. And the very carrier strike group that he welcomed the deployment of last week is multinational by design, is designed to exercise together, but together to reassert some of those basic principles that the attacks last night were designed to support, which is the freedom of navigation of our seas.
The Select Committee, Tambanji Singh Desi.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to the Secretary of State for his statement, and indeed the Minister for the Armed Forces for his in-person briefing beforehand. I am also glad that our brave service personnel involved in yesterday's strike have returned home safely, and that the Precision Sovereign strike has destroyed the drone factory with no civilian casualties. I agree with the Secretary of State that Houthi attacks since 2023 have tragically killed innocent merchant mariners, led to a shocking 55% drop in shipping through the Red Sea, costing billions, fueled regional instability, and has exacerbated the cost of living crisis here in the UK and across the globe. But how confident is my right honourable friend, based on current intelligence, that after yesterday's strike, that there will be freedom of navigation and that there will be no further loss of life because of the Houthis?
Same state.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to my honourable friend's support for the action that we took overnight. It is part of a sustained campaign, which is a US campaign that we are working alongside. There is no overnight solution to this, but the evidence that is reported from the US military of this new sustained intensive campaign seems to be having an effect on the pace and the rate and the threat that the Houthis pose. And our action last night was designed to reinforce that campaign, to support the push for regional stability, and also to protect the domestic economy and the impact of the disruption in international shipping and the effect that that has on prices for ordinary people.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement and for the briefing from the Minister for the Armed Forces earlier today. The Houthis' destabilising military campaign in the Red Sea has had a chilling effect on trade through that vital waterway, threatening lives while also imposing costs on British businesses and consumers. The Houthis cannot be allowed to act with impunity and hold the global economy to ransom by restricting freedom of navigation. It's important that their military capabilities are degraded to ensure that trade can flow freely, and that's why we on these benches support the case for limited strikes. And we thank the service personnel involved for their bravery and are pleased that they have returned home safely. It's vital, though, that we fully understand the operational goals behind the mission, as well as the intelligence planning and coordination of the strikes. So can the Minister outline to the House why the government has chosen on this occasion to join the US forces in a joint strike rather than on previous similar missions? The recent leaks from President Trump's cabinet, also pertaining to military action in Yemen against the Houthis, raises concerning questions about how secure US intelligence is and the possible impact on British service personnel. In light of those leaks, can the Minister reassure us that intelligence sharing with the US is completely secure, and whether the government has undertaken an assessment of the security of our intelligence sharing networks with the US? I was reassured to hear from the Minister that the government does not have evidence of any loss of civilian life. So can the Minister update the House on what steps were taken ahead of the mission in an effort to minimise civilian casualties?
Mr Speaker, I neglected to respond to the honourable gentleman on the SDR, and just would say to him, when the SDR is published in the spring, then he will have all his questions answered. And to the honourable lady, I welcome her recognition of the importance of degrading military capabilities of the Houthis. I welcome her support for the action that we took last night. I say to her with confidence and reassurance that our own UK intelligence, our own UK communication systems remain secure. And in response to her question about why now, first of all, it is action and a decision that we took that is in line with long-established policy, UK policy and the UN Charter. Secondly, it is a reflection of the fact that the US, as I've reported to the House, is stepping up, and we as a close ally are alongside them in this action. And third, it is to protect our economy at home, because the majority of the shipping in this busiest of international sea routes has this big detour that pushes up prices, so that it has a direct impact, not just on our security interests, but on our economic interests in Britain. And that's why we're acting.
Emily Thom.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I refer the House to my register of interest? The Houthis say that they're shelling international shipping in order to help the Palestinians. However, does my right honourable friend agree that not just by undermining international trade, but by causing a devastating decline in the use of the Suez Canal and crashing the numbers of cruise ships visiting Aqaba, they are actually attacking Egypt and Jordan, two countries who could not be working harder for a future for the Palestinians, who could not be giving more support, whether it is financial, whether it's political or diplomatic, and a refugee for so many. If they really care about the Palestinians, does my right honourable friend agree? They simply should stop this.
Mr Speaker, I totally agree with my honourable friend. Jordan and Egypt are doing a lot of the heavy lifting in trying to support the Palestinians. It's notable that there is no evidence that the Houthis themselves have provided any aid to the Palestinians in Gaza. And the action that they're taking, the disruption and the intensification of the insecurity in the region, is doing absolutely nothing to help the Palestinians' cause.
Sir Oliver Duff.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome this action and join the Defence Secretary in paying tribute to our exemplary armed forces. And it is essential that we tackle the tentacles of Iran through all its proxies, whether it's the Houthis, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah, that do so much damage to Israel, to the wider Middle East, and not least to the people of Palestine. But I think one of the fundamental questions here, as he will know from the discussions we had when I was Deputy Prime Minister, is what is the long-term strategy to eliminate this threat of the Houthis to Red Sea shipping? And I wonder whether, for the benefit of the House, the Defence Secretary could give some further indication of the new government's thinking on that long-term strategy to address this threat.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, I pay tribute to the way that he, when he was Deputy Prime Minister, went out of his way, as we are doing now as a government, to make sure that we were well briefed on such strikes, and I appreciate that. He's absolutely right that military action against the Houthis can only take so far. Therefore, the wider strategy must be the UK doing what we can to work with allies, especially in the region. First of all, to constrain the Houthis, as our action overnight was designed to help do. Second, to bolster the strength and authority and capability of the Yemeni government, which is what my honourable friend, the Foreign Office Minister, announced some of the governance support earlier this year. And the third then is to pursue with allies the importance of a negotiated settlement that gives Yemen a peaceful way forward. And in the meantime, not to lose sight of the responsibility that we have as a nation to support the Yemeni people that are suffering so greatly. And I know that he will welcome the fact that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, announced in January an extra 5 million of UK aid to Yemen. It brought the total over the previous 12 months to 144 million, and the UK remains the third largest donor to the Yemeni humanitarian programme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statements and echo his words about the courage and professionalism of our service personnel. It's good that everyone's returned safely. But isn't it a case that having a strong and capable military is essential to ensuring our economic security and freedom of trade? And isn't that why the financial institutions and pension funds should be increasing their investment in defence industries and not listen to those voices who are opposed to that?
Quite right, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend will be interested to know the work that I and the Chancellor together have commissioned on the barriers in the UK that at the moment are holding back private sources of investment in our defence and our technology industry. And an important part of the defence industrial strategy, when we're able to publish this before too long, will be about how we use the big commitment that this government and this country is now making to invest in defence and our own armed forces fit for the future, how we can use that to leverage much more of private sector sources alongside it so that we can do more quickly.
Sir Julian.
It's clearly unusual for a terrorist group engaged in a civil war to invite retaliation of this sort by attacking international shipping so comprehensively. So clearly they are acting as an agent in Iran's strategy. Therefore, can he advise us, what do the government know about the ability of Iran to keep fueling these attacks in the Red Sea, now that the domestic ability to manufacture drones in Yemen has been degraded? How easy will it be for Iran to supply them directly to the Houthis?
The short answer, Mr. Speaker, is that we must do what we can with allies to make it as hard as possible for Iran to maintain both its financial support to the Houthis and its logistical and munitions and military support and supplies to them. We are working on that with allies. And as I've said to the House earlier on, straight military action that we were conducting last night is a part of the solution for the long term. It is not the whole solution.
Michelle Crockham.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my right honourable friend for his statement today. And obviously we've had a long-standing relationship with the US. They're our closest security ally. Would he agree with me that our continued work on AUKUS will help to deepen and strengthen that for all of the nations involved?
It will indeed, Mr. Speaker, and the AUKUS programme is a good example of how big defence commitments aren't just a long-term deterrent commitment to our own security and that of our allies, but they have an important economic boost, and how defence can be a driver of economic growth. And my honourable friend has the privilege of representing the the town of Barrow and the Royal Shipyard there will know better than ever and better than anyone just how important that combination is, and that is hardwired into the approach that this government takes.
Dave Dugan.
Mr. Speaker, the brutal oppression of the Palestinians in Gaza will not be helped one iota by the bombing of merchant shipping and the drone strikes against the merchant marine. So we're supportive of the action that's been taken. Seems to be an operation which has the appearance of something which may endure into a more strategic affair. And I wonder if the Secretary of State agrees that, notwithstanding the general consensus in the Chamber today for the action that was taken, whether or not a broader debate in Parliament would be desirable, not to discuss operational imperatives or plans or anything of that nature, but to further reinforce the will of the House. And whilst he celebrates the actions of aircrew, will he further acknowledge that the aircrew wouldn't be able to do the tremendous work they do if it wasn't for all the other trades that keep them mobilised?
Well said, Mr. Speaker. He's absolutely right that standing behind our armed forces and the ultimate professionalism they display is a large cadre of civilian and military personnel that make those operations successful and possible. Mr. Speaker, he'd be wrong to say that this is a sustained campaign. This is the first UK strike on Houthi positions since May last year, and Parliament will be kept informed in the event of any future military interventions such as this.
Kelvin Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Freedom of navigation in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden is essential to the global economic system, and anything that impinges on this impacts the global economy, increases costs to the environment, and impacts the poorest people in the world. It's for this reason that I'm proud of my association as the former commander of the Expeditionary Air Wing, whose Typhoons and Voyagers were launched last night and carried out these strikes. Does the Defence Secretary agree with me that this action forms part of the joined-up international strategy to end these attacks and defend freedom of navigation?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. It is part of a longer-term programme to try and degrade the ability of the Houthis to hit international shipping, to defend and protect the freedom of navigation, and also to recognise that conflicts in the Middle East have a big impact on business and on prosperity in this country. And the British Chambers of Commerce recently published a survey that said 50% of businesses in Britain report that they've now been impacted by conflicts in that Middle Eastern region.
Dr. Andrew Moores.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I draw attention to my entry in the register and congratulate all involved in a very successful joint operation. Matters like this are likely to attract retaliation from Iran and its proxies. What is being done to prepare and support our allies in the region against possible attacks? And as Carrier Strike Group 25 prepares to transit and exercise in the region on Operation High Mast, will he assure the House, without going into specifics, that all is being done to protect our men and women?
Mr. Speaker, he's served, I think, in 2 terms as a Defence Minister. He will know the highest priority that Defence Ministers and Defence Secretaries, including myself, give to our force protection. And that was a matter for me and the Armed Forces Minister in detail to go over with our military planners and our military chiefs before the Carrier Group set sail. And I was briefed again on it when I visited the carrier with the Prime Minister last week. In general terms, Mr. Speaker, this operation last night was designed to prevent further escalation. It was designed to prevent further Houthi attacks by taking out the major weapons manufacturing site which we struck last night.
Joan Bass.
Mr. Speaker,
I thank my right for his statement and would also want to pay tribute to the courage and professionalism of all of our service personnel who were involved in this successful operation. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this whole House should stand together against the Houthi attacks, which challenge the freedom of navigation and, if left unaddressed, could lead to a devastating rise in the cost of essential food items, not just for my constituents in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, but here across the UK and in other countries?
My honourable friend puts the argument very well. This is a matter of freedom of navigation. It's a matter of international law, but it's a matter of economic self-interest for us in Britain, because the price paid by the disruption to world shipping and this essential trade route through the Red Sea, that price is paid by ordinary people in the food they buy, the goods they depend on, and that is in part why we've taken the action we did last night.
Monica Hart.
Mr. Speaker, can I also pay tribute to the professionalism of our armed forces and thankful for their safe return? Can I ask the Secretary of State, is he confident about the appropriate security for our military personnel, given the previous leaks from the Trump administration on Signal, given details of attacks before they happened, and what reassurances he has had from the United States on this?
Secretary of State.
I am confident, Mr. Speaker. We handle secure communications in secure ways, and we do that consistently here in the UK.
Mr.
Speaker, I join my right honourable friend in paying tribute to the armed forces personnel who took part in last night's action. And the fact that it's us that were supporting the USA in this action really does emphasise the close relationship we have with the USA. But in this morning's papers, it's been suggested that our desire to do a trade deal with America has been pushed back to a second tranche of countries, or maybe even a third. Well, does my right honourable friend share my disappointment at that decision, and would ask that perhaps the Trump administration returns to that issue and considers the close relationship we have both on defence and intelligence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just sort of gently urge my honourable friend not to necessarily believe everything that he's reading in the newspapers. He's very experienced and he's got a very good insight into the political world. Just to reassure him, we are putting out all the stops behind the scenes to try and settle a trade deal with the US, just as we are to reinforce the special depth of the relationship on the security and defence matters between the UK and the US.
Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome the statement and the action, which I fully support, and I'm very pleased to hear of the level of engagement by the US. But the Secretary of State will recall that in the previous Parliament, the humanitarian situation in Yemen was the subject of frequent debate and discussion, and it does appear to have just fallen off the agenda, partly because of atrocious conflicts elsewhere. I was pleased to hear what he had to say in relation to the FCDO approach, but will he ensure, as the FCDO has more constrained resources, that Yemen and the humanitarian situation there does remain a priority?
Secretary of State.
I am confident that my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has that in mind. He will be conscious, as the right honourable gentleman is, that the UK doesn't just act as the third largest donor in the Yemen humanitarian programme, but also the penholder for Yemen at the United Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and associate myself with his words about our brave military personnel. Does the Defence Secretary agree with me that we must reiterate how the Houthi attacks are illegal, they're against the UN Charter, and they target the principle of freedom of navigation that all nations benefit from, including our allies in the region, and that our action shows that working in concert with our allies internationally can improve regional stability and security, and indeed our security here at home?
I do indeed agree with my honourable friend. This is a matter of reinforcing regional stability. It's a matter of defending and protecting the freedom of navigation. And it's also a matter of protecting our own economic interests back home. And I make no apology for standing up for British interests and for those of our allies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we at Reform fully endorse the government's action against the Houthis and thank our brave and brilliant military personnel. The Secretary of State referred to the continuing support of the Houthis by Iran, and so could he update the House on further sanctions against Iran? And surely now is the time to prescribe the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organisation.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has been around long enough to know that I won't comment on the process for prescription of the Houthis. Suffice to say, the government has sanctioned a number of the major leaders of the Houthis, and I hope that he will take, and I welcome his welcome for the action we took last night, and I hope he will take that action as a sign of a determination to do what we can alongside our US allies to degrade their ability to continue to threaten freedom of navigation for international shipping.
Mr. Speaker, the Houthis are acting freely in an absence for a roadmap for peace. Yemen is facing the worst humanitarian crisis. 22 people need assistance, of which 11 million are children in desperate need of food, water and medical supplies. To defeat the Houthis permanently, will the Secretary of State give a commitment that his government will do all that is possible to deliver a roadmap for peace, along with allies, to make sure that this happens now? Otherwise, it will be a lost opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I said to my honourable friend in the House earlier on, the responsibility I have as Defence Secretary is for the military component of a wider approach that must be pursued if we're going to be able to help play an important role in securing peace and a settling the civil war in Yemen and lifting the relief of those hundreds of thousands of Yemenis that are suffering so severely. Constraining the Houthis' threat is part of that. Reinforcing and bolstering the Yemeni government is also part of that, but then working with allies, particularly leading regional allies, in trying to force the pace of a negotiated settlement and a peace in Yemen is absolutely crucial.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement and add my thanks and appreciation to the Royal Air Force and all those involved in this successful operation. Now, in his statement, the Defence Secretary said even Russia has attempted to support Houthi operations. But, Mr. Speaker, isn't it a little bit deeper than that, as the Wall Street Journal has reported that targeting data provided by Russia has been utilised by the Houthis for their attacks against Western shipping, while Iran has arbitrated secret talks between the terror group and the Kremlin. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to disrupt Russia's deepening ties to Iran and its proxies across the Middle East?
Very good.
Mr. Speaker, I am really not going to disclose in public or even to this House the steps that we're taking to deal with some of that covert Russian activity that goes well beyond not just Yemen, but obviously the wider Middle East. But suffice to say, he's made a contribution to the discussion this afternoon on the statement by reporting the Wall Street Journal's report to the House.
Speaker, and I add my words of support for the actions the UK took last night. The Houthi group is a terrorist organisation that's been deeply destabilising, and it's right that we're playing our role in protecting freedom of navigation. At the same time, the Halesowen community of Yemenis are really concerned about the desperate humanitarian situation in Yemen. Could the Minister add a few more words on what we're doing to support Yemenis that are so desperate right now, and what we are doing to help end that civil war?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned the uplift in year that the Foreign Secretary gave to our contribution to the Yemeni humanitarian assistance plan. It makes us the third largest donor. Our focus for the aid has been especially on food, which is of a critical shortage and necessity to many hundreds of thousands of Yemenis, and we calculate that we will have helped almost 900,000 Yemenis with our food support this year. And our support then is also on healthcare, supporting over 700 medical centres across the country with medicines, vaccines, and some of the basic equipment needed to provide the healthcare that people also so desperately need in that country.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. And may I share in my recognition of the RAF's role in last night's operation. But given the existing global commitments of our Typhoon squadrons, should the Coalition of the Willing provide a military contribution to any post-war force in Ukraine, and therefore a combat air patrol or air policing role in Ukraine, in addition to the Baltic and the High North, how will we continue to facilitate direct action, such as the strikes against the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen, with no plans to purchase a second tranche of F-35Bs?
Well, Mr. Speaker, on the matter of Ukraine and potentially a role of in the coalition of the willing and security guarantees, if the negotiated peace settlement can be put in place, which we all hope President Trump secures. We're planning at the moment. The sort of consequences of any commitments that we make will be fully explained to the House if a decision gets taken. But to say to him, this is contingent on a ceasefire, it is contingent on a peace agreement, and that is contingent principally on Putin to do what he says he wants, which is to see an end to the fighting there.
Alison, you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Defence Secretary for his statement and pay tribute to all those involved in this successful strike. Does he agree with me that this government will always put personnel at the heart of our defence plans?
For too long, Mr. Speaker, I believe the previous government overlooked that. They set and failed to meet their recruitment tests. And I'm proud to have been a Defence Secretary in a Labour government, able to give the Armed Forces personnel the largest pay increase last year for 20 years, and to be the first Defence Secretary who can stand at this dispatch box and say nobody in uniform will be paid less now than the national living wage. And I'm also proud, Mr. Speaker, to have managed to do a deal to buy back and bring into public control 36,000 family military homes, the consequence of which was quite the worst privatisation ever in 1996 under that previous Tory government.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reply to an earlier question, the Secretary of State talked about the devastation in Yemen with 11 million people in desperate need of help and support and the civil war conditions that pertain there. This armed intervention that was made yesterday by Britain, I think we all need to know where it leads to, what the end game is in this. Are we involved in an internal war in Yemen? And what is the long-term implications of our involvement in this? Because ultimately there has to be some kind of peace process in Yemen, just as much as there has to be in Gaza and elsewhere within the region. Does this actually bring peace nearer, or does this actually exacerbate the danger of a widening conflict?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman is right to remind the House of the extreme hardship of many Yemenis in what is a war-torn country and has been for years. The strikes last night were designed to reduce and prevent the risk of further Houthi attacks, and were done because we were able to take out an important weapons manufacturing facility that the Houthis had, manufacturing the very weapons that have been used to target international shipping and our own.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, and I'd like to add my own thanks to our service personnel for their action. I'd also like to talk about the Houthis and what they've been doing alongside the other terrorist proxies in the Middle East, the Hamas and Hezbollah, who are controlled by Iran.
Therefore, I would ask my right honourable friend, what is this country's policy in disrupting and containing this network and attacking the heart of it, namely Iran itself?
My honourable friend is right. Iran is a destabilising influence across the region, not just in its own terms, but particularly in the way that it has developed, sponsored, supplied proxy groups. And the Houthis are clearly supplied by, supported by Iran, and part of the long-term ability to see a secure Middle East, a conflict-free Middle East, has got to be a reconciliation that Iran has, that it stops using these proxies in order to threaten both neighbours in the region and the interests of countries like ours.
James Whale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. US action in recent weeks has considerably degraded ballistic missile and drone attacks, and I welcome these RAF strikes. However, this action will only work if it is sustained. So will the Defence Secretary commit to ongoing UK and RAF direct support to US Operation Rough Rider to strike Houthi terrorists, rather than the ad hoc approach adopted so far, so that we can properly restore freedom of navigation?
Rough Rider is a US military campaign. We took action last night alongside the US, and any future military interventions like last night will be reported to the House.
Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Secretary of State for his statement to the House today. I'd also like to pay tribute to all of our armed forces personnel involved in the action overnight. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that the USA has always been and will remain our most strongest and steadfast security ally?
I do indeed, Mr. Speaker. The US-UK defence relationship has a special depth that has lasted decades. We do things together as two nations that no other nations do. We train together, we exercise together, and at times we have to fight together.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very relieved to hear that the Strategic Defence Review is coming in spring with a great yellow ball in the sky. I assume that's going to be fairly soon, but in all military operations, time is the enemy. And I'm concerned about reports that, in fact, the Strategic Defence Review may only be a broad brush document, an interim document, as it were, and that the decisions and the important decisions on specific capabilities and weapon systems may not be taken until the autumn.
Which autumn?
Are we marching onto war, and if so, should we not be doing so at the double rather than on the slow march?
Very good. Very good.
Well, the honourable gentleman has managed to broaden out his question from this specific statement on the overnight strikes. I just say to him, look, the Strategic Defence Review is a strategic defence review. It'll be published in the spring. It has been an unprecedented process, externally led, but a process that has allowed us to take stock of the threats that we face, the capabilities that we need, and to do so within the unprecedented increase in defence funding that this government has now committed to over the next 10 years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in his statement, the Secretary refers to Russian attempts to support Houthi operations without compromising any of the information he's not able to share. How would he rate the effectiveness of those Russian interventions, and as well as the UK response? And does he agree with me that this shows that we must make sure we continue to support Ukraine in every way we can to undermine the dictator Vladimir Putin?
It does indeed, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend has been steadfast from the backbenches as a strong voice for Ukraine, and I welcome his support for the action that the UK government has offered, and our leadership. On the question of the effectiveness of Russian action and interventions in Yemen, I'm more concerned to make sure that any military action that this government sanctions is effective, and that the outstanding military personnel that are involved all return safely. And I'm happy to report to the House that that was the case last night.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 17th of March, I asked the Foreign Secretary why the UK had taken a kinetic role in previous strikes against the Houthis under the last government, but had not taken that active role in those carried out by this government. Now, we've since had those leaked messages from Signal, and the US Secretary of Defence, Hegseth, lamented the lack of European involvement in relation to those 15th of March strikes. How much has the involvement of British jets in these strikes come as a response to the allegation by Pete Hegseth of European freeloading?
The strikes that we conducted last night are as a result of the fact that America, as our closest ally, has been coming under near daily attack from the Houthis. It's a result of the fact that shipping has more than halved through that Red Sea route, and that 50% of UK businesses now say that they've been impacted by conflict in the Middle East. And I say to the Honourable Gentleman, I make no apology for defending Britain's interests and the interests of our allies.
James Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his answers and for giving us the comprehensive information that we need. And I wish to congratulate our armed forces and our allies on a successful strike against the facility. Long may those targeted and successful operations continue. Will the Secretary of State confirm what further steps will be taken with our NATO allies? Because quite simply we can't do this on our own, that we need them to secure the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, and thereby lower the shipping costs and the consumer costs for all of those who are paying the price for the evil actions of the Houthis. Thanks so much.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right to say this is bigger and more important than just UK action or even just US action. And I did report to the House earlier on that the broader discussion and the challenges that he sets out were discussed by NATO foreign ministers. They've been discussed by foreign ministers at the G7 within the last month.
Right, that completes that statement. We'll now change over for the next. Let us come to the next statement. Minister Straits.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I would like to make a statement on the resilience of the UK's energy grid in the context of the widespread power outages experienced across the Iberian Peninsula over the past 2 days. First, my thoughts are with all those affected by the widespread disruption seen across the Iberian Peninsula on Monday. I'm glad to hear that power has now been fully restored across the region. I'd like to reassure the House that Great Britain has a highly resilient energy network, and the incident in Iberia has not impacted Great Britain. The Secretary of State has been in regular contact with the National Energy System Operator, the NESO, over the past 2 days, and they have provided reassurance that there is no increase in risk to our energy supplies or system stability from this incident. My department was informed on Monday the 28th of April by NESO that a power outage occurred across the Iberian Peninsula affecting mainland Spain, Portugal, Andorra and areas of France. While all power was restored to impacted areas yesterday, Tuesday the 29th of April, the disruption caused cascading impacts on other sectors in the vast majority of Spain and Portugal. The cause of the outage is yet to be confirmed, and it is likely to take some time for the Spanish network operator to carry out a thorough investigation to determine the exact cause of the failure. Various independent reviews have been commissioned by Spain, Portugal and the European Commission to understand the cause. Though Great Britain is not directly connected to Spain and Portugal's grid, the NESO are in close contact with European counterparts and are offering support where needed. The Government is closely monitoring the situation and are in contact with the Spanish and Portuguese authorities to ensure the safety and well-being of any British nationals in the affected regions. I'd like to turn to our own grid's resilience and our preparedness in the context of recent events on the Iberian Peninsula. An event similar in impact to this incident in Great Britain would be the equivalent of a national power outage, which is the total loss of power across the whole of GB. This risk is listed on the National Risk Register as a high impact but low likelihood event. In its 75-year history, the Great Britain National Electricity Transmission System has never experienced a complete shutdown or anything of the scale of what has been in Spain over the past few days. The GB electricity system is highly resilient. The National Energy System Operator continuously monitors the condition of the electricity system to ensure there is sufficient inertia and reserves on the system to manage large losses, therefore avoiding large-scale power outages. NESO have also introduced innovative new approaches to manage system stability as well as advanced safety systems to help prevent such incidents from happening in GB. The system is built, designed and operated in a way that can cope with the loss of key circuits or systems without causing customer impacts. There are multiple redundant alternative routes for power to flow should a fault occur, minimising the risk of a single fault cascading across the entire system to cause a total or partial electricity system shutdown. However, as a responsible government, we prepare for all eventualities, no matter how unlikely. I'd like to reassure the House that the Government works closely with industry to continually improve and maintain the resilience of energy infrastructure, networks and assets to reduce vulnerabilities. This includes having robust emergency plans summarised in the National Emergency Plan for downstream gas and electricity, and regularly exercising emergency plans with the energy industry and Ofgem, including an exercise carried out by the previous government, which we've been taking forward the recommendations on. This work is ongoing across government to make sure we're as resilient as possible as a nation to all eventualities. We've also empowered the independent National Energy System Operator to carry out resilience functions across the electricity and gas systems, and we will continue to work with industry and regulators to improve and maintain the resilience of old, new and future energy infrastructure. Switching fossil fuel generation for homegrown clean energy for renewables, nuclear and other clean technologies is the route to long-term energy security. And I'll be speaking more broadly about the UK's energy resilience at Westminster Hall debate on Tuesday. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, Great Britain has a resilient energy network and we will ensure that it continues to be the case, and I commend this statement to the House.
The Shadow Minister Andrew Barry.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I would of course like to thank the honourable gentleman for advance sight of his statement and echo his comments. Of course, our thoughts on this side of the House are with all those who have been affected by the blackouts in Spain, Portugal and more widely. He rightly addresses concerns on the security of our own grid in the context of the shutdown. And indeed, I am glad he can confirm he's carrying on implementing the recommendations from Exercise Mighty Yoke, in which I was involved to see what action would be required if such an event took place in GB. Madam Deputy Speaker, the primary responsibility of the Minister's Department is to keep the lights on in this country. The images from Spain and Portugal are a sombre reminder of what happens when the grid fails. Extended blackouts are devastating, and it's a relief that power was restored to 99% of customers by 6 o'clock yesterday morning. The grid collapse in Iberia has demonstrated the fragility of the complex, interconnected systems which support modern life and the very real impacts on human life. It is the Minister's responsibility to make sure this does not happen in Great Britain, because the price for our economy and for communities across this country would be catastrophic. We cannot get away from the fact that this government's plans to rush ahead to build a grid that is entirely dependent on the wind and the sun in just 5 years' time makes our electricity grid significantly less reliable. The stability of our electricity grid depends on what is called inertia, the ability for the system to resist destabilising fluctuations in frequency. That is the reason our grid has been so secure and resilient over the decades that the Minister references. This inertia is provided by turbines, like those found in nuclear, hydro or, crucially, gas power stations. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, they aren't provided by solar farms or wind farms. If the grid doesn't have enough inertia to resist sudden changes in frequency, then it can become destabilised and cascading grid failure can occur. That means blackouts. As the Spanish National System Operator said in their latest annual report, the closure of conventional generation plants such as coal, gas and nuclear have reduced the firm power and balancing capacities of their grid, as well as its strength and inertia. This has also happened here in Great Britain. Data from NESO shows that the inertia in our grid has been steadily decreasing over time as gas and coal have come off the system to be replaced by wind and solar. This comes with a hefty price tag. And this is the problem with so much of the party opposite's approach to energy security. Because of their imposed targets, they are saddling the British people with mountains of extra costs as they rush ahead towards a power system that depends on the weather rather than firm, reliable baseload. Tens of billions of pounds subsidising wind farms, expanding the grid and providing backup from reliable gas plants. They set their 2030 target and now they are trying to work out how they can achieve it. And they refuse to be honest with the British people. They refuse to do an open and honest assessment of the costs and risks that come with this approach. No wonder even Tony Blair has said that the present policy solutions are inadequate and doomed to fail. On this side of the House, we believe in a system which delivers secure, affordable and clean energy for the UK. Now, a cyber attack has been ruled out by the Spanish government as a cause of their grid collapse, but we know that the threat of interference from hostile states is constant. So might he update the House on what action he is taking to protect the grid against hostile activity? And when will he finally tell us which single minister is responsible for the safety and security of our offshore energy infrastructure? The lessons from the incident on the Iberian Peninsula are abundantly clear. We must retain inertia in our grids to keep it stable and resilient. Nuclear power provides vital baseload power generation along with inertia which would have helped to mitigate a cascading failure like that seen earlier this week. So will the honourable gentleman give the nuclear industry the certainty they are asking for and commit to 24 gigawatts of nuclear power like the previous government did? Will he ask the NESO to provide this House with a full, transparent update on the role of inertia in our power system, of the consequences of declining inertia, the impact that has on grid stability and the costs that are associated with it? And finally, the Minister said that Great Britain has never experienced a complete shutdown like that seen on the continent. So what assurances can the Minister offer this House that work is being undertaken so that NESO and National Grid are prepared for a black start if ever that is needed?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll start with the sort of more serious elements of the honourable gentleman's questions, and then I might come back to just gently reminding him who was in office not that long ago on some of the questions that he raises. But just on the serious point, first of all, can I just agree entirely with him on his opening point that the first priority of my department and of the government is to ensure energy security and to make sure that particularly the points he raises, which I think the last few days in Spain and Portugal have brought to real light, is just how much of our day-to-day lives are dependent on the functioning electricity system. So he's right to make that point, and we're very, very aware of that point. On the detailed points that he raises, I'm surprised, in fact, he didn't recognise some of the work the previous government did on building the renewable system and the inertia that they, in fact, introduced into the system, because it started a number of years ago, but he's not done that. What I would just say is that, look, we have a resilient grid in this country. It's important to continue to have that. That means building new grid infrastructure, which the honourable gentleman quite often opposes, along with a number of his colleagues. It is important to build that grid infrastructure and to invest in it. We will continue to work with the NESO and with others to make sure that we're understanding the full causes of this particular outage. I'm not going to be drawn on speculation about what may or may not have caused it, because clearly the first priority of the Spanish government and the Portuguese government has been restoring power, but they will carry out investigations to find out what the cause has been, and we will implement any lessons from that. Finally, he was right to reflect on Operation Mighty Oak, which was carried out under the previous government. We've been taking forward those recommendations right across government. My honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, is looking at resilience right across government as well, and these are important points. But I would just say gently that energy security is an absolute priority for this government. That does mean building the energy infrastructure this country needs and not opposing it at every turn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, there are some inconvenient truths for those on the benches opposite wishing to blame low-carbon energy for what happened in Spain and Portugal. As the Minister said, the cause of the outage is unknown at this stage. And in 2003, of course, when there was a blackout in Switzerland and in Italy, in 2006, when the same happened in Germany and affected the whole of the continent, there were no renewables on the system. It really rather does go to show that it is far too early to speculate. Madam Deputy Speaker, gas sets the price for our electricity 98% of the time in this country. Those who are opposing the transition to low-carbon energy generation are opposing energy security for this country. They are opposing lower prices for our constituents, and they are opposing good, well-paid jobs. That is the truth of what this agenda from the parties opposite is really about.
Well, can I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for his questions? Just to reiterate the point that I think he made, that I will make, I suspect, a number of times during this statement. I'm not going to be drawn on unfounded claims and speculation about what the causes might be. It's rightly for the authorities in Spain and Portugal to carry out investigations exactly as it would be if any incident happened here, and for them to share that information. Of course, we'll be in close contact with them about that, but it's far too early to make any kind of hasty conclusions, particularly based on absolute unfounded claims. The broader point he makes is absolutely right, though, that our constituents right across this country continue to pay too much in their electricity bills because of the role of gas setting the price in our system. And the more renewables that we build, the more that we push gas off as the marginal price setter, the more that we bring those bills down, but also the more that we make sure that they are not subject to the volatility of the fossil fuel markets as they are at the moment. So he's right, this is the right journey for us to be on. It's right for the British economy, it's right for energy security. The parties opposite should support that.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thanks to the Minister for advance sight of a statement, and our thoughts are, of course, with all those affected by these power outages. They're a stark reminder of how key our energy security is to our national security. That's why it is vital that the Government learns from this latest incident by acting now to boost our homegrown energy, by supporting community-owned projects and increasing supply chain capacity. Our constituents will be concerned to know about preparations in this country. So can the Minister outline what conversations he has had across government to ensure that the UK has robust plans in place in the event of similar events here? In particular, could he outline what contingency plans are in place to protect our transport network, our hospitals and urgent healthcare settings, and our emergency communication capacity, which currently relies heavily on the mobile network for our emergency alert system, as well as being the primary way most people stay up to date?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for that point, and just to repeat the point I made to the Shadow Minister, I think absolutely right to point out the widespread cascading impacts of power failure and just the sheer amount of our lives that are now driven by electricity. There was a point the Honourable Lady made that the Shadow Minister made that I didn't respond to around preparations across government. I'm the Minister in the Department responsible for energy resilience and security. The Secretary of State takes a very serious interest in this, clearly, and right across government we have a number of meetings chaired by the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who has responsibility for resilience across government, looking at specific impacts. Most recently, we discussed some of the communications impacts of where we have had power cuts caused by recent storms, to make sure people can still communicate, particularly the mobile phone network. These are really important points that we're taking forward. Clearly, the energy system in this country is very resilient, but the job of government is to prepare for all eventualities, however low the chances of those might be of happening, and we take very seriously not just the preparations in place, but also making sure that government is ready to try out some of these processes, to learn from experiences like this. There will, of course, be things we can learn from the Spanish and Portuguese government, and we stand ready to do that.
Jessica Morden.
Thank you very much. SAE Renewables are establishing a new battery storage facility repurposing an old coal-fired power station in Newport, which, when complete, will have the capacity to be one of the biggest in the UK. As we scale up our renewable energy production, battery storage facilities like this are absolutely vital. Will he, to support the grid, will he come and see this for himself, and will he say a bit more about what he's doing with battery energy storage companies to support their work?
Well, crucial in the clean power system that we're building will be the role of storage. Batteries will play a really critical role in that, clearly, in making sure that we can store the clean, cheap energy that we're generating for times when we need it most. We've also announced as a government the first long-duration energy storage in 40 years, building the assets that will allow us to store 8 hours of power for when it's needed most. So storage is key in a system like this. Of course, I'm always happy to visit the Honourable Lady's constituency and happy to do this visit. Thanks.
Harriet Cross, and congratulations on your remarkable London Marathon race. Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all stop that now. Madam Deputy Speaker, Centrica operates the Rough gas storage site, which provides about half of the UK's current gas storage capacity. Centrica stands ready to invest £2 billion of its own capital to redevelop Rough into the largest long-duration energy storage facility in Europe. capable of storing both natural gas and hydrogen, which would obviously improve resilience and also protect customers from price spikes. But to unlock this £2 billion of investment, the company needs assurances and clarity from the government, not least over regulatory support and a workable cap and floor mechanism. So can the Minister please set out what progress has been made in discussions with Centrica to develop this cap and floor mechanism? And given what we've seen from the British Steel example, that the government can make decisions quickly when it chooses to, why has a decision on this mechanism been allowed to drag on now for months?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I congratulated the Honourable Lady yesterday on her remarkable marathon. She had it, I think, 2 hours faster than I did, which is which leaves considerable room for improvement on my part. But congratulations to her again. She's right to raise the point, and I think I've answered questions on this before. I've met Centrica on a number of occasions to discuss various things, but this proposal as well. It's a commercial matter for Centrica to bring the proposal to us. The issue of rough storage, which I think we last talked about in this House a few months ago, was one under the previous government as well, about where it was mothballed for a number of years. We're looking at it in the round about the role it can play in energy security and what the value for money arguments are in that, to make sure that the value for money for the public is protected alongside the security of energy points.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you. My issue with the Honourable Lady is that she's knocked me off my place as the second fastest woman MP marathon runner. I'll be back. Anyway, whilst thousands of airline passengers were impacted by Monday's outage across Spain and Portugal, only 500 flights were grounded out of a possible 6,000 that managed to fly. This was because there were no airport closures. Is there a lesson here for the UK airports?
I think she's perhaps referring to the situation at Heathrow most recently. There's a report due that the Secretary of State commissioned after that incident to find out what the causes of that particular issue are. Airports in this country are private businesses, but clearly being important national critical infrastructure, we have a real role as a government in making sure that they function. So any lessons we can learn, of course, it would be invaluable for us to learn those lessons, but I don't want to be drawn on the conclusions of a report that the government hasn't seen yet.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, just before the Spanish blackouts, we had two outages that were unexpected, one in Lincolnshire and one at the other end of the Viking Link, that the NISO was not going to tell us about, but thanks to a whistleblower, we now know about. It seems to me, with the ever-increasing reliance on renewables, and many are concerned about the fluctuations from the voltage and that becoming a serious risk, whilst the Minister is confident, will he confirm to the House that actually the NISO will tell us and be completely transparent about all future unexpected outages?
Well, what I would say to the honourable gentleman is that while Great Britain's energy network is incredibly resilient and robust, there are outages for a whole range of reasons. The system continues to function, as indeed it entirely did, without any concern at all on the incidents that he raises. So this, while it's not a regular occurrence, outages do happen in any system, and particularly in the energy system across the whole of the UK. I'll take away the point about if there's any more transparency, but I suspect the answer will be that this is the day-to-day operational running of the electricity system, and it's not something to be alarmed about at all.
Luke Murphy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement and the measured way in which he's approached it. As he and other members have said, these kind of blackouts happen under systems, whether they're dominated by fossil fuels or renewables. Particularly, welcome him rejecting the approach of some members on the benches opposite, including the Honourable Inspector Clouseau for Boston and Skegness, who has already jumped to blaming renewables for this issue. Isn't it the case that the benches opposite want to weaponise this because of their ideological obsession against clean energy, which will leave my constituents colder and poorer while they enjoy the warm embrace of Vladimir Putin?
Well, my honourable friend always puts the point in his particular style, in a perhaps more political style than I might from this dispatch box. But Inspector Clouseau is a new one that I will certainly add to my list. Look, he raises an important point. The broader point here is that we don't know the causes of this, and any sensible member of this House, I'm sure, will await the full response of any investigation that will be carried out by the authorities relevant in this case, rather than just jumping to speculation. But the rush to conclusions, as my honourable honourable friend makes is it betrays the truth of this, is that for many honourable members in this place, this is an ideological, extreme and damaging opposition to clean energy that the honourable gentleman's party and others, including the party opposite that defended this for such a long time, now seem to be working together on. They want to leave us colder and poorer and in the pocket of Putin, and we won't accept that.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the considered and written forward by Sir Tony Blair to his think tank report, can the Minister please explain what exactly the government disagrees with?
Well, I have to say to the right honourable gentleman, and I apologise to the former Prime Minister, I've been a little busy over the last few days and I haven't read all of his report. I'm sure I'll prioritise it for my weekend reading. But what I did see earlier on today, what I did see, not even the forwards the Shadow Minister says, I apologise. What I did see is that the Tony Blair Institute outlined very clearly their support for clean power as an important transition for this country to be on. The Shadow Minister earlier said that this was all about wind and solar. That's never been the position of this transition. Nuclear will play a critical role, CCUS will play a critical role, hydrogen will play a critical role, all of which was outlined in Tony Blair's report.
Adam Joji.
I thank the Minister for coming to the House with his comprehensive statement, and particularly his comments on the importance of batteries. He's right, energy security is national security. Technology owned, run by and based in foreign states is being added to the grid. This technology is smart and, very worryingly, can be operated by third parties. So can the Minister set out what we're doing to protect the grid from the influence of those who wish to do our country and our people and our way of life harm in Newcastle and Lyme and up and down the United Kingdom?
Well, my honourable friend raises a very important point. The issue of cyber security right across our critical national infrastructure day by day becomes more and more important. Clearly, in our energy system, as it becomes more complex, as smart systems become part of how we all interact with our daily lives, there are increased risks from that. That's why the government takes cyber security very seriously, why we're looking at right across government how we can have as robust processes as possible. And we don't for a second think that any of the actions that we've taken will always be enough. We're constantly looking at how cyber security develops and changes and how we can do more. But our energy system is very resilient. Ofgem has a role to play in making sure that suppliers and individual electricity companies take this very seriously, as well as government, and it's an issue that I'll continue to spend time focusing on.
Stephen Flynn.
The Minister will be aware that Peterhead Gas Station is Scotland's only high-power, high-inertia facility and, of course, has an independent Black Start facility. Key to the future of that site is the ACON project, something which, again, he will be very familiar with. Can he confirm his government's intention to fully fund and licence that project as a Track 2 project as part of the CSR in June?
Well, on the issue of Black Start, the honourable gentleman for Dumfriesshire raised this point yesterday. I'm trying to think if it is Dumfriesshire, but from that direction anyway, raised this point yesterday, and it's a point that the Secretary of State will take away around particularly the Black Start capabilities across the whole of the UK. But on the ACORN point, look, we've made this point on a number of occasions. It's a really important project. My department, the government, supports that project. It's a question for the spending review, which will come in June.
Harry Gardner.
Energy resilience comes from a secure supply of clean and cheap energy. The major cause of the financial crises the world's experienced in the last 40 years is the insecurity of supply of the fossil fuel markets, Ukraine being just the latest. As to cheap, the last government, in answer to a parliamentary question, admitted that the levelised cost of gas was £114 per megawatt hour, whereas offshore wind, they said, was 44. And as for clean, the House may be aware that wind and solar are not known as great emitters of greenhouse gases. So it's clean, it's cheap, it's secure. Renewables and resilience go together.
Well, my honourable friend has been a champion for these issues for a very long time, and it won't surprise him or the House to say that I entirely agree with him. Clean, cheap and secure is absolutely right. And look, the reason that we know that is when when we invited many countries around the world to the Energy Security Summit just last week, what was very clear was that this is not just the UK on this transition, but the rest of the world is also moving at pace to divest from fossil fuels and to invest in the renewables that delivers that secure energy system and removes the volatility that all our constituents continue to pay the price for. It's the only way forward, and this government's determined to continue with it.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister is fully aware of my total opposition to the construction of a 90-foot-high converter station on the Minster Marshes in East Kent. The National Grid Sea-Link project is vulnerable, very vulnerable, to physical attack and cyber attack, and it's based very largely upon the provision of power from weather-related sources. Isn't it time that we revisited all of this and looked very seriously at speeding up the process of acquiring small nuclear reactors?
Well, the final point, I'm very happy to agree with them that SMRs will play a really important part. It's a very exciting proposition that the UK can be at the forefront of. The technology competition will conclude shortly, so I do agree with them on that point. But on the broader point, look, we do get to the heart of the contradiction here, where the party opposite want to talk about resilience of the network, but don't want to build any new network infrastructure. Well, I'm afraid the two go hand in hand. If you want to have power, if you want to have a resilient network, you can't just stay in the same place we were 60 years ago. You actually have to build some stuff.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for coming here today and giving us this statement, and also to congratulate him on the floor of the House for completing the London Marathon on Sunday. Does the Minister share with me not just my utter disappointment, but my concern that members of the party opposite wasted no time at all using the unfortunate events that are affecting our friends in Spain and Portugal to further their dated opposition to clean power? But this risks panic and misinformation at a time where we need patience and clear heads.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question and for drawing attention to my appalling time in the marathon. Thank you for that. Thank you, Shadow Minister. It's very kind of you. Look, she raises a really important point. Look, the serious response to an incident like this, an unprecedented incident, is to take stock of what actually happened, to introduce some facts into the debate again. I know some people don't like to see facts in these debates, but I think it is important to allow a proper investigation to find out what caused it, and yes, to learn lessons from it. And there will, of course, be lessons to learn from this. But what I'm not going to do is rush headlong into an ideological argument that damages our energy security by suggesting that somehow we just go back to the past and everything will be fine. The clean energy transition is right for climate, it's right for jobs in the supply chains, it's right for bringing down bills, and it's right for this country.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome what the Minister has outlined today and his reassurances about the resilience, particularly to a cyber attack. However, there is also the danger that if we hand over the on-off switch to vital energy supplies to a foreign country, they can be switched off without our control. So can you tell me what mitigations the government is considering for projects like the vast wind farm in the North Sea, which the Chinese company Mingyang want to provide the hardware for?
Well, I'm not going to be drawn on an individual commercial arrangement that a project may or may not have. As I've outlined before, in any investment case, the government will carry out a number of checks on that, one of which will always be a national security check. So these questions will, of course, be looked at. I would reject the suggestion that this somehow gives an on-off switch. That's not the position that the government would take. But we look at all of these investment decisions individually, and it's not for me to do on the floor of the House.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The role of businesses regarding the grid is important, and GE Vernova, in my constituency of Rugby, make rotating stabilisers. Now, my honourable friend, the Minister, and I probably could have benefited with those on Sunday while we were running the London Marathon, but the Shadow Secretary of State and the honourable member for Gordon and Buchan clearly didn't need them, and I congratulate them on their absolutely superb and very fast times, much quicker than my honourable friend and I. Rotating stabilisers are actually enormous electrical motors that are being deployed around the UK as part of National Grid's Pathfinder programme to strengthen vulnerable areas of the grid. Now, GE Vernova tell me that one is operating in Scotland now and has proven that it can prevent more serious grid disturbance, and they've got other projects to deliver these across the UK. This government's investing more than ever in grid upgrades and infrastructure, which is good for the country, good for the economy, and it affects places like Rugby, where we build vital parts of this, with a knock-on effect on the local supply chain, on skills development and so on, and this is a really good thing that should be celebrated.
Thank my honourable friend for the question. He raises the point around what we're doing to deploy technologies in the clean power system to make it more resilient, particularly the question of rotating stabilisers, and these technologies were actually introduced in some cases by the previous government. So there was a recognition of the importance of this, and we'll continue to build on that. But he also raises, I think, the wider point that this transition to building a clean power system isn't just about the generation that we get out of it, but it's also about how we bring the good, well-paid jobs that deliver it as well in the supply chains, and investing in industry right across the country, including in my honourable friend's constituency. That's what we've committed to doing and to driving forward. It's why the Prime Minister announced £300 million of supply chain investment at the Energy Security Conference last week, and it's why we'll continue to fight for this transition while the party opposite turn against it.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I didn't run the London Marathon, and I never will. But I am hugely admiring of all colleagues who did, particularly the Honourable Lady for Gordon and Buchan and her incredible time. The Minister referenced the point that I made yesterday in relation to the grid in Scotland, and particularly to previously expressed concerns about the amount of time that it would take to reboot that grid if there was an outage. And as we've seen in Spain and Portugal, there is obviously significant disruption if the grid is off for hours. But if the grid was off for days, that would be very, very significant and much harder to manage. So will he just confirm again that the Department will specifically look at that issue?
Thank you. I'd say to the right honourable gentleman, never say never. I'm sure he's got it in him. I know he has. But just to say, I do entirely agree with him, and I think in some ways what we saw in the news of the impacts on day-to-day life from what happened in Spain and Portugal, he's absolutely right to say if that was to go on for longer than what was a few days, we'd have quite significant impacts. One of the things we look at very closely is the cascading effects and what parts of the system we reboot faster than others to deliver priority services such as in the NHS. We'll continue to do that, but the point that he raised yesterday and again today around particularly different parts of the UK and Scotland and how quickly they would be rebooted is a really important one, and I'll take it away.
Ms Vince.
Deputy Speaker, I wonder, with all these marathon runners in the House today, whether we might be able to generate some kinetic energy rather than the usual hot air. I would but my congratulations to all those that did run. Apologise. I didn't expect a pylon for that. Sorry, another energy joke. The major concern of residents in my constituency of Harlow is the ageing grid infrastructure. So can I ask the Minister what work he's done to ensure that we have the infrastructure that we need to ensure constituencies like mine of Harlow have the power to shine?
Okay, well, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, you need to make a ruling on drawing to an end marathon-related puns in this House. But the subject is a really important one, and of course that's why we're in this sprint towards building more network infrastructure. Thank you. To building more network infrastructure. Because, look, there's two things that are really important to recognise with our network. First of all, it can't stay in the state it's in forever. It needs upgrading. But secondly, the demand that we fully expect to see, potentially a doubling by 2050, maybe even more than that, means that we're going to have to build more grid to bring the power to where it's necessary to deliver economic growth. It's right that we move forward with that. But everyone will need to recognise that in order to deliver that system, frankly, whether or not we were delivering clean power or not, the network would be necessary. Stuff does have to get built somewhere. This government's committed to building it, and the party opposite's committed to opposing it.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister to expand a little on a question that was put to him by my honourable friend, the member for Thornbury and Yate. The PSTN, or Public Switched Telephony Network switch-off, means that by the end of 2027, all landlines will require an electricity supply. So this means that the mobile network becomes ever more vital for people who require their mobile phones for Medicare, or even to make a 999 call in the event of an emergency. So what assessment has been made of the resilience of the mobile network in the event of power outages, and what more needs to be done to make sure we are ready for that kind of situation? Thank you.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Lady for what is a really important question, and I think I was here after Storm Aylwin, where we discussed this issue, that a number of people who no longer had the sort of copper wire line actually weren't able to contact emergency services. It's a really important point. There is resilience built into the mobile phone network to ensure that masts should be able to operate in circumstances even if the power to them is cut off. It's regulated, or it's a question for Ofcom to look at, and it's one that I've spoken to my colleagues in DCIT about to make sure, and DCMS to make sure that that's happening. There's more we could do with it, so we're engaging with the Electricity Networks Association, who work with the DNOs to make sure that all these kind of resilience plans all join up, and the kind of practical impacts that the Honourable Lady rightly raises are taken into account. It's a question I'll write to her with updates on.
Marcus Campbell-Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend, the member for Rugby, has already highlighted, synthetic inertia technologies are used to simulate the benefits traditional turbine technologies provided to an electricity grid now increasingly supplied by renewables. Is the Minister satisfied that we have sufficiently invested in these technologies to provide resilience across the grid? And is there an argument surge protection devices, which wiring regulations mandate for nearly all new domestic and commercial installations, should be installed to all homes and businesses?
Well, on the surge protection point, I will take that away and speak to my colleagues in MHCLG. I think it's an interesting point to raise. On the wider point around inertia, look, clearly as the system changes, there's a constant balancing job carried out by the NISO to make sure that we design a system that's resilient. So this is a question that will be constantly under review. It's one that we will look at, but we are deploying technologies to ensure the system is resilient and to ensure there is sufficient inertia by procuring these alternative technologies that my honourable friends referenced, but it's something we'll constantly keep under review.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I assure the House as well that, not wishing to inflict a by-election on the citizens of East Antrim, I'll not be running any marathons either, now or any other time future. The Minister has quite rightly said that the cause of the outage in Spain is yet to be identified. But the fact is that it is linked to the fact that 53% of electricity that day was being generated from renewable sources. And that should be a sobering warning to all in this House who have been championing the decarbonisation of electricity and the net zero policy. And I'm glad that there is inertia built into the system, but the Minister has already accepted that this increases the cost of electricity on every week, because we've got to build a new network to deal with the spikes in electricity. We've got to build battery storage, which increases the cost of electricity, and keep gas generators idling over expensively, which has added to consumer bills, in order to bring them on grid when the wind drops. So will the Minister accept? I know he has to defend the policy of his boss that we're going to get cheaper electricity, even though there's no evidence of that. But will he accept that building inertia into the system is going to add considerably to consumers' bills?
Yeah.
I'm afraid I don't accept anything that the Honourable Gentleman just said. He said in his first breath it was right to wait for the outcomes of an investigation, and then prejudged that investigation himself with his own conclusions. I'd like to wait for some actual evidence from the authorities on this. He's wrong as well about the cost. And of course, what people often forget is that gas in our electricity system doesn't just appear out of thin air. It comes with a cost. It comes with a cost to build new gas power stations in the first place, which we would have to do if we didn't move gas off the system. It comes with the volatility of being an internationally traded commodity, of which all of our constituents are still paying the price for that energy crisis a number of years ago. Gas is not free. It comes at a cost. And so we will have to build infrastructure. Even if we weren't building clean power infrastructure, the grid is still critical, because you have to get electricity to people's houses houses. So I think it is really important to say there are no zero-cost options here. What we're doing is investing now in a clean power system that delivers considerably cheaper power in the long term.
Julian Lewis.
I commend what the Minister said at the outset of his statement to do with the need to ensure against high-impact, low-probability events. So in a non-dogmatic spirit, may I appeal to him to reconsider the way in which the government is dealing with the question of the 2 shale gas wells, which they have decided under normal circumstances they would not wish to see exploited. But surely they should not be sealed so permanently that if we were in a wartime conflict situation, they could not be reactivated then.
Well, I'm happy to look into that particular case. I have to say I'm not aware of the specific circumstances at the end of his question. I'm very happy to look into it. The broader point is that we don't see licensing for new oil and gas and fracking as part of our future, and there's a presumption against fracking in other parts of the UK as well. We have a resilient energy system that doesn't require that, but on the point that he raises, I'll take that away and write to him.
Dave Dugan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Minister's left himself exposed to the climate deniers in this chamber because he's come of his own volition to make a statement in the absence of any understanding of what's actually happened in Spain and Portugal, thereby denying Parliament an ability to discuss any kind of strategic comparative assessment between the resilience of the GB grid and the resilience of the Iberian grid. If he delayed till he had the answer, we might be having a more valuable discussion, and he's been forced to say that his department is ready for all eventualities. Well, tell that to the tens of thousands of RTS customers who are going to be left high and dry by his department. And he says that he's every confidence in the National Electricity System Operator. Well, I didn't have a lot of confidence in them on the 7th of January, where only but for the reinstatement of the Viking interconnector, we would have had a very difficult situation on the GB link. And I know it's distribution, but not transmission. But trying to instill confidence in the electricity consumer public on GB after an episode on the 21st of March at Heathrow, which saw global consequences for a relatively localised disaster in the UK energy market. How has he got confidence after those 2 events?
Well, the honourable gentleman brings his customary sunny demeanour to his questions, and I'm grateful for that on this of all days. Look, first of all, can I just say I'm giving this statement to the House because a number of honourable members across the House asked questions of the government on this issue, and it's right that the government responds to questions from members of the House. In fact, I think I would be criticised if the government didn't offer a statement when there were questions being asked from across the House. So that it was in response to honourable members across the House in different parties that we're doing this statement. On the question he raises about the capacity questions in January, I'm afraid he's quite wrong, and the repetition of these quite wrong statistics on social media and in this House does, I think, reduce confidence, and it's of course based not on truth. So just to be very clear to the House, the standard operating reserves held by NESO at all times is for the largest power generator in the system, which according to NESO was 1.4 gigawatts on Wednesday the 8th of January, not 580 megawatts is the figure that is in the public domain. The overall headroom on that day was never lower than 3.7 gigawatts. So it's simply not true to repeat the idea that we were 580 megawatts of capacity left in the system. It was never lower than 3.7 gigawatts.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, recent events in Spain and Portugal highlight the wide range of challenges facing power grids. We've heard many of them in previous questions. Now, these incidents show the complexity for effective reporting and the ability to respond rapidly, and the skills required span across multiple departments, including energy, DCIT, NCSC, and the Met Office, which is based in my constituency. This raises an important question. Who's responsible for coordinating reporting for similar incidents in the UK? And more importantly, does the Minister's department have the right skill sets to be able to respond?
Yeah, can I thank the honourable gentleman? It's a really important question. It's one of the questions that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster has been wrestling with, because I think under all governments there clearly are individual departments that take a responsibility. There are departments that lead on parts of this. The COVID inquiry has raised a number of questions around how some of these resilience questions are answered. So it's a really important point. I think my department clearly has a number of civil servants with real expertise in how the energy system works, and I pay tribute to the team who are often there out of hours when storms and other incidents occur and do a remarkable job in doing it. But the question about reporting is an important one. Partly what government is seeking to do with our mission approach, but also with the work that the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster is doing, is bringing together all of government so that everyone that's got a responsibility is at the table feeding in their views. But it's an important point he makes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are over 100 battery energy storage system facilities operating in the UK, and another one is planned for Hawkchurch in East Devon. Residents there are very worried about fire risk. South Korea is a global leader in BESS, yet the safety issues are plain. There were 38 fire incidents linked to BESS in South Korea up to 2022. Will the Minister commit to reviewing the safety of BESS technology and exploring energy storage solutions that are less subject to fire risk?
Minister.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. I think I would firstly say that fire is a risk in a whole range of scenarios, and I don't think we should jump to the view that because there's been some incidents in one particular piece of infrastructure that somehow that's inherent in the infrastructure. I think it's really important to say batteries will play a critical role in our future energy system. But we obviously take the issues of safety very seriously, and he's right to raise them. The Health and Safety Executive has a role around this. The planning system also has a role to consider some of the fire risks, but we will keep it under review, particularly as the number of battery schemes increases.
Final question, Dr. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow, electrons don't flow, and that happens drearily predictably in Northern Europe, particularly in the cold, dark winter months. So as he plans to increase the resilience of the UK grid, will he look at a place where the wind does reliably blow and the sun doesn't shine, and that's in southwest Morocco, and support the UK-Morocco power project, which could potentially deliver 8% of the UK grid needs reliably and resiliently?
Minister.
Well, I anticipated the question in the first few sections, and look, I think the Secretary of State gave him an answer yesterday. This has been a private proposal that has come to government for consideration. It's not been driven forward by government. We're considering it absolutely at the moment. I think the Secretary of State said yesterday we're very happy to brief the Right Honourable Gentleman on the details of where we're at with it. We will make a decision in due course.
That is the end of the statement on energy grid resilience. I'll let the front benches move over. Order, David Simmons, point of order.
Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may I seek your guidance? My constituent, Ms Sophia Ismail, is without an income because her pension credit application, which was made in July 2024, remains outstanding. And I seek your guidance as to what further steps I can take to secure a response from the Department of Work and Pensions for my constituent. My diligent caseworker, Fatima Karim, has chased the matter on numerous occasions. We have been advised that it's been escalated to management, but as yet no response has been received. Can you suggest any further steps I can do to place my concerns on behalf of my constituent on the record?
How shameful.
I am grateful for the advance warning of the point of order. Ministerial correspondence is not a matter for the Chair, but all honourable members should be entitled to expect a timely reply when they're contacted, and obviously especially when they're contacting government departments on behalf of their constituents. I am sure that the Treasury front bench will have noted the honourable members' comments, and no doubt he'll receive a response in due course. Right, we are now going over to presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill Clive Jones.
Parliamentary scrutiny of trade agreements bill.
Second reading what day?
16th of May 2025.
16th of May 2025.
Thank you.
We're now going on to the 10-minute rule motion, UK-USA trade agreements, parliamentary scrutiny, and I call Richard Ford.
Here.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require the Secretary of State to lay before Parliament any trade agreements between the UK and the USA. which the government proposes to implement, to prohibit the implementation of such an agreement without the approval by resolution of each House, and to make provision for the amendment of such agreements by Parliament and for connected purposes. Let's cast our minds back 4 years to the spring of 2021. Liz Truss was the Secretary of State for International Trade. Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. The export of British goods to the EU had fallen sharply in January of that year, and the end of the Brexit transition period was nigh. The government was in a hurry. Boris Johnson sat down for dinner with the Australian Prime Minister here in Westminster. After 3 hours of small talk, a little negotiation and plenty of Australian red wine, Johnson agreed to remove tariffs on over 99% of Australian products entering the UK, including beef. The government knew that such a deal would harm UK agriculture and food industries. The government's own analysis predicted that the deal could leave the UK sectors in agriculture and food £278 million worse off. The Australian High Commissioner, who had been sitting at the table, moved quickly, scribbling down Johnson's generous pledge. He excused himself to go to the toilet, and the High Commissioner handed a note to an aide as he did so. Within minutes, it was scanned, turned into a formal trade document, printed and slipped into an official-looking folder. The High Commissioner then casually walked back into the dinner, carrying the so-called deal. That was all it took to sell out the UK's farmers. A wine-soaked dinner, a hastily scribbled note, and a signature from a Prime Minister prepared to ignore the good advice of his own trade negotiators. Without proper parliamentary scrutiny and a vote on any deal with the United States, we risk adding pressure to our already struggling farmers, stripping away safeguards on British citizens' data, and sidelining democratic scrutiny itself. Currently, parliamentary scrutiny of international treaties in the UK is woefully inadequate. The government can negotiate and sign a treaty with another country, even one as significant as the US, using prerogative powers without having to put it to a vote in Parliament. Under the existing Constitutional Reform and Governance Act, or CRAG, signed treaties must be laid before Parliament for 21 sitting days. Parliament can raise objections, but it cannot propose amendments, and there is no requirement for a vote. Recommendations born of scrutiny are advisory and not in the least bit binding. Evidence was provided to the International Agreements Committee in the other place last year. It showed just how outdated the UK's treaty scrutiny system is, set against how trade agreements have evolved and become more complicated. Modern trade deals now reach deep into domestic policy. They shape our food standards, our data rights, even the regulation of AI. If backbench MPs are shut out of the process, so too are the people who we represent. Parliamentary scrutiny was demonstrably weak in the wake of the UK's trade deals with Australia and New Zealand. The International Trade Committee condemned the government's approach, saying it undermines scrutiny. The Johnson government did this by triggering the 21 sitting-day statutory period before committees received evidence or completed reports on the trade deal. This meant that Parliament had little information with which to assess the agreements. When the Australia deal was signed, Labour, then in opposition, rightly demanded a parliamentary vote. Now in government, they would do well to heed their own previous calls for proper scrutiny. In East and Mid Devon, farmers who I represent have been hit hard by the poorly negotiated trade deals with Australia and New Zealand, which are on top of the planned changes to inheritance tax and the peremptory closure of the sustainable farming incentive. Even if a future US-UK deal upholds our food standards, West Country farmers and others could still be undermined. The government offers assurances about shutting out hormone-treated beef and chlorinated chicken, but concerns remain that the US could still flood the UK market with beef that is not hormone-treated. The government has assured us that there will be no compromise on environmental and animal welfare standards in the UK. But again, these assurances count for little if imports from overseas are not produced to the same environmental standards and are not produced with the same high requirements for high animal welfare. The UK is already too reliant on imported food. Imports made up about 40% of the UK's food supply in 2023, down from 78% in 1984, where we had 78% self-sufficiency. We've now got just 60% self-sufficiency today. There are those who say that some sectors will always fall victim to trade negotiations, that government must balance the demands of various industries. But some of the factors being discussed currently by our trade negotiators are cross-cutting, and that includes matters of digital trade and data. The US wants a digital-first deal. That would mean locking in rules that protect the interests of Silicon Valley, not the British public. It is already speculated that the government is considering reducing or scrapping the digital services tax, which could cut taxes for some of the wealthiest and most powerful American companies in the world at the expense of the users of public services here in the UK. The OBR forecasts that this tax raised £700 million in 24-25, revenue that the Treasury can ill afford to forfeit at this time. Vice President J.D. Vance alleged in a speech at the Munich Security Conference that, I quote, "Old, entrenched interests are hiding behind ugly Soviet-era words like misinformation and disinformation." That sort of brand of free speech pays little heed to facts. Vance may be representing some not altogether transparent interests himself. The US is pushing to overcome data localization. This could allow the US to have its US-based tech firms centralize their data operations in the United States and rule out the data storage here in the UK. If that came about, it could weaken the protection for British citizens' data, making it difficult to enforce UK privacy laws. Take as an example the contract that Palantir agreed with the NHS in 2023 to install their federated data system. If a US-UK trade deal was to restrict data localization, it could allow NHS medical records to be exported to the US, handing Palantir the power to exploit the enormous commercial value of British citizens' data. Although Palantir claims it will only act as a processor of data, its business model is rooted in extracting value from data for commercial ends. With access to one of the world's richest health data sets, Palantir could potentially package insights. It could sell predictive analytics services to private healthcare providers, to insurers, and to pharmaceutical companies. Palantir's co-founder, Peter Thiel, has called the NHS a system that makes people sick. He claims that freedom and democracy are no longer compatible. Parliament should have the means to ensure that Thiel's understanding of freedom cannot bypass British democracy. This isn't just about trade, it's about trust. The Leader of the Opposition should know. The Right Honourable Member for North West Essex was the Secretary of State for International Trade in 2023 when the Australia and New Zealand trade deals came into effect. Farming paid the price last time, and it could happen again. Additionally, our digital freedoms could pay the price too. This bill is simple. It doesn't block a US deal. It doesn't tie the government's hands. It requires that Parliament has a greater say. That's what democracy demands, and that, Madam Deputy Speaker, is what the public expects. Thank you.
The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Tim Farron, Callum Miller, Helen Morgan, Sarah Olney, Edward Morello and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Richard Ford. UK-USA Trade Agreements Parliamentary Scrutiny Bill. Second reading what day?
Friday the 16th of May 2025.
Friday the 16th of May 2025. Point of order, Sir David Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's Telegraph, Daily Telegraph, says it's been reprimanded by the Independent Press Standards Organisation for reporting on remarks made in this chamber by the then Community Secretary, Michael Gove. Ipso asserted that the Telegraph should not have reported without having first given a right of reply to the group the remarks related to. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, press freedom is a cornerstone of democracy, and for centuries the right to freely report on the proceedings of this House have been protected in British law. These freedoms, allowing the press to report without any hindrance or conditionality, were secured as long ago as 1771 by John Wilkes. Now, while Ipso may think they're being reasonable, their reprimanding of the Telegraph undermines those fundamental rights. So will she ask the House authorities to speak with the Independent Press Standards Organisation to remind them that the British press has an absolute right to report on what is said here in this chamber without any hindrance or conditionality?
Can I thank the Right Honourable Member for his point of order and for notice of it. He has put his point on the record. Without commenting specifically on the Ipso ruling, because I understand that the issue was not straightforwardly about the reporting of what was said in this House, I do of course support the principle that being able to report on what is said here is extremely important. The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Bill. Committee.
No. Order. Order.
Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Bill.
Can I remind members that in committee, members should not address the Chair as Deputy Speaker. Please use our names when addressing the Chair. Madam Chair, Chair and Madam Chairman are also acceptable. We begin with Amendment 1 to Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider Amendments 3, 2 and 4, the questions that Clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill, and new Clause 1. I call Sir Jeremy Wright to move Amendment 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. May I begin by begging to move that Amendment 1 be moved in my name and speak to that amendment, and indeed to Amendment 2, which is consequential on it, and to one of the other amendments in the group. Madam Chairman, I think it's worthwhile at the outset of all debates on this bill restating that the bill is about pre-sentence reports, which give information to sentences which may be used in sentencing decisions, not about the passing of sentences themselves. Specifically, this bill is about the guidelines issued by the Sentencing Council to sentencers about the circumstances in which a pre-sentence report should normally be asked for, and about the sort of information about an offender which such a report may provide and which it may be appropriate to consider and take into account before deciding on an appropriate sentence in that offender's case. Now, Madam Chairman, there has been broad agreement. I see the Mother of the House in her place, so I will not say unanimity. Broad agreement that an offender's ethnicity, race, culture or faith are on their own not that sort of information, and that the Sentencing Council was wrong to suggest that pre-sentence reports should be ordered on that basis. Now, I would argue that is because even if there may be points to make about the treatment or experience of members of the ethnic, faith or cultural group to which the offender in question happens to belong, what is relevant to the sentencing of that offender can only be the treatment or experience to which the particular offender has themselves been subject, not whether they've arisen in the cases of other members of the same group who are not before the court. That is effectively the impact of Amendment 4 in the name of my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister. And that is why, in my view, the government is right to seek to exclude, even from the process of asking for a pre-sentence report, let alone from passing sentence itself, the making of decisions based only on membership of such a group. And that is, after all, what the government has said this bill is for. Now, these groups are described in the explanatory notes to the bill as particular demographic cohorts. And if I may, I want to quote from paragraph 8 of those explanatory notes. What paragraph 8 says is that the bill is intended to ensure that sentencing guidelines are drafted in such a way as to prevent differential treatment and maintain equality before the law. It does this by preventing the creation of a presumption regarding whether a pre-sentence report should be obtained based on an offender's membership of a particular demographic cohort, rather than the particular circumstances of that individual. But despite, Madam Chairman, this explanation in the explanatory notes, the bill, I think, goes further than that, prohibiting the Sentencing Council from including in a sentencing guideline any provision, and I quote, framed by reference to different personal characteristics of an offender. That's what Clause 1, Subclause 2 says, inserting language into the Coroners and Justice Act of 2009. Now, I think that language in the bill is significantly wider in impact than reference to membership of particular demographic cohorts, and in my view, undesirably so. And that is why I've put forward Amendment 1, which would adopt the language used in the explanatory notes. And Madam Chairman, let me explain why I think that would be preferable. My starting point is that I don't believe all personal characteristics of an offender are inappropriate to consider in a sentencing decision. There is, of course, much more to be considered in a sentencing decision than simply information about the offender, in particular the seriousness of the offence and its consequences. But relevant information about the offender is needed as part of the process. It can't then surely therefore be right to prohibit the Sentencing Council from encouraging sentencers to find out more about some of those personal characteristics which are relevant in reaching a more informed and therefore a better sentencing decision. For example, a physical or learning disability, or a brain injury from which an offender will not recover. Now, the relevance of that information is not just in forming a fuller picture of the offender to be sentenced, but also in assisting a sentencer to know whether that offender is capable of carrying out aspects of a community order, including work in the community, which the sentencer may want to consider as a potential sentencing option. And it's worth underlining, of course, that the ordering of a pre-sentence report, whatever it says when it's produced, does not bind the hands of a sentencer to do as it recommends. But the reality is that without one, a sentencer's options are often more limited. And that's why guidance on when to ask for a pre-sentence report matters. Will you give way on that point? Of course, I give way.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend giving way, and I defer to his experience, but there is an argument, therefore, if we're looking at individual cases, for every individual to have one of these pre-sentencing reports, to be able to then truly understand the significance of what they've faced, whether any other mitigating factors. I appreciate that could put a backlog on the services themselves, but is that not one possible solution to solve the problem that the Sentencing Council were worried about different cohorts having different sentencing outcomes at the end?
Well, I think my honourable friend makes a fair point in relation to those offenders who hover on the border between community sentences and custodial sentences. But he will know that in the Crown Court, at least, the majority of such offenders already do have a pre-sentence report. But of course, there are also offenders who come before the courts for sentencing where either it's blindingly obvious that a custodial sentence will follow, or that neither a community sentence nor a custodial sentence is realistically in prospect. So I don't think it would be right to say that in every case we should have a pre-sentence report. But I do think that there is a presumption already in the law that pre-sentence reports should be ordered unless it's unnecessary to do so. What we're seeking to do here, I think, is respond to a very specific set of circumstances that have arisen as a result of a Sentencing Council decision. And as he may have heard me say at second reading, I don't think that the Sentencing Council have handled this well. And as a result, I think we are having to do something which otherwise we would not have to do. But, Madam Chairman, sentencing offenders in all circumstances is a difficult business. And the fact that different offenders receive different sentences, even for the same offence, is not necessarily evidence of a defect in sentencing practice as a result of guidelines or otherwise, but is more likely a reflection of the reality that every case and every offender is different. We should not, I suggest, be trying to stop judges reaching the appropriate conclusion, assisted by Sentencing Council guidelines, in each case before them. Give way.
D is trying to stop judges sentencing in an individual case. All the Sentencing Council was seeking to do was to make sure that judges and magistrates had the maximum amount of information before coming to a decision on the sentence.
Yes, well, I think the right honourable lady is right that that is what the sentencing guidelines were aiming at. I'm afraid, however, the way in which they were phrased rather missed the mark, in my view. And I think it is perfectly true to say that it is a good thing in most sentencing cases to get as much information as you can possibly have. But of course, the sentencing guidelines, as she will appreciate, have particular influence on sentences because sentences are obliged to follow them unless it's not in the interests of justice to do so. So the tone that is set by the Sentencing Council in the guidelines that they draft gives a good indication to sentencers about the sorts of things they ought to take into account in sentencing. And as you heard me say, and I think it's an important point to make, we are talking about the ordering of pre-sentence reports and not of sentencing itself. But nonetheless, as I said, if you don't have a pre-sentence report, you limit the number of options that you can impose. And similarly, if you do have a pre-sentence report, you give yourself more options as a sentencer. So it's not irrelevant whether or not someone is encouraging sentencers to order a pre-sentence report or not. And my concern is that the way in which the Sentencing Council have gone about this is unhelpful. But I do also think, and you'll hear me expand on this, that it would be wrong to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, and that it's important also to recognise that some of the Sentencing Council guidelines are profoundly helpful to sentencers and that they indicate that we should be getting, in many, many cases, relevant information to consider individual sentencing decisions. But I think for all of those reasons, Madam Chairman, we should fetter the sentencing process only as much as we need to meet legitimate policy objectives, where it is questions of genuine policy that arise. And that, again, is, after all, what the government has said it is trying to do here. Now, Amendment 1 would allow us to stop the Sentencing Council recommending pre-sentence reports for those who simply belong to a demographic group, but not exclude them for those who have other personal characteristics which are clearly more relevant to the sentencing decision and do not, I suggest, in any way give rise to so-called two-tier justice. Now, Madam Chairman, the bill will still allow the Sentencing Council to issue guidelines recommending pre-sentence reports in order to explore the personal circumstances of an offender to be sentenced, even though it will prohibit that in relation to the offender's personal characteristics. So the question, of course, arises, can all the information about an offender that sentencers should properly take into account in sentencing be justifiably described as the offender's personal circumstances? Now, I will concede, Madam Chairman, there is a danger of getting into some fairly fine semantic distinctions here, but to me at least, characteristics are those things which are intrinsic to the offender themselves. Circumstances are the situations in which offenders find themselves, and those two are not the same. So, for example, being pregnant, addicted, a primary carer, a victim of abuse, grooming, or modern slavery, all could, I think, sensibly be described as personal circumstances. But disabilities or life-altering permanent injuries feel more like characteristics. But I suppose, Madam Chairman, the point is we don't need to get into all of this in order to do the job that the government wants to do. Ministers have made it clear that they are seeking to target this legislation carefully to avoid trespassing on the separation of powers, and because they are not seeking to undermine the independence of the Sentencing Council any more than necessary to wrestle back control of what are properly matters of policy. I would therefore suggest to the Minister that the more precise wording in Amendment 1, which is of course also government drafting because it appears in the explanatory notes, better meets the government's own aims than the language currently in the bill. And if he doesn't agree, I hope he will be able to explain clearly in this debate why the government have taken a more expansive approach. And finally, Madam Chairman, I want to say something about Amendment 3 in the name of my honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, and other honourable and right honourable friends, because, as my honourable friend knows, I also have concerns about the breadth of language in that amendment. Now, I recognise that some would like to abolish or radically reform the Sentencing Council, but this bill does neither of those things, meaning that its scope does not allow for a wider debate about the Council's wider purpose and value, and of course, Madam Chairman, you wouldn't allow that debate either, but it also means that as and when this bill passes, the Sentencing Council will continue to operate. So when we consider amending the bill further, we must have regard to the Council's ability to do so effectively and convincingly. The role the Sentencing Council plays in the criminal justice system can only, in my view, be played effectively if the guidelines it produces are authoritative. And sentences are only likely to see them as such if the Council itself is seen as clearly independent, making its judgments from a legal, not a political perspective. Now, Amendment 3 says that all Sentencing Council guidelines involving pre-sentence reports must be agreed by the Secretary of State. Indeed, that the Secretary of State may, if she so chooses, rewrite those guidelines herself. Well, I think there are two problems with that. The first is the Lord Chancellor has made clear and, in my view, sensible distinctions between guidelines which relate to matters of policy and those which relate, on the other hand, to matters of judicial discretion in specific sentencing cases, with the latter, of course, being matters for the judiciary alone. Now, I'm not convinced that all conceivable guidelines relating to pre-sentence reports will qualify as matters of policy. So taking political control of all such guidelines would, I think, not be appropriate. And the second problem is that the Secretary of State's approval of guidelines, and even more so, the capacity for her to rewrite the guidelines, is wholly incompatible with the independence of the Sentencing Council. The Sentencing Council could be obliged to publish in its name a guideline of which it fundamentally disapproved. In the law as it stands, the Sentencing Council must consult the Lord Chancellor and indeed the Justice Select Committee, and I see the Chairman in his place, but that is not the same as the Sentencing Council requiring ministerial approval to publish a guideline. And it is, of course, ministerial approval that is proposed in the amendment, not parliamentary approval, which are very different things. What we're engaged in here is discussing a parliamentary decision about the guidelines, not allowing a minister to make that decision for him or herself. And as I said at the second reading debate, I think that by its handling of this issue, the Sentencing Council has brought on itself both this legislation and probably a wider discussion about its own future. But we are not, Madam Chairman, having that discussion today. We are discussing legislation which is intended to allow the Sentencing Council to continue to operate and to fulfil what I believe is an important task. There is a big gap between legislation on the one hand and individual sentencing decisions on the other. The Sentencing Council fills that gap, offering help to sentencers in their role. Now, I suspect that if the Sentencing Council were not fulfilling that function, someone or something else would have to do so. And in that gap between legislation and individual cases, the closer we are to legislation, the more legitimate parliamentary and ministerial involvement is likely to be. And the closer we are to individual cases, the more danger there is of trespassing on judicial independence and the separation of powers. So we should, Madam Chairman, tread carefully. If we are to compromise the independence of the Sentencing Council in substantial ways, we should do it only having considered all the implications of doing so. And that is not what this bill allows for. It is designed to do a specific job. And indeed, I think it could do it even more specifically, hence the amendments that I have proposed. I beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. It's a pleasure to take part in this committee stage debate on this short bill. At second reading only a few days ago, I set out my views on the merits or otherwise of the bill, and in particular how it affects the role of the Sentencing Council, how the Council has conducted the consultation on this guideline, the response to that consultation by, in particular, the then government through its Sentencing Minister, and the then Select Committee through my predecessor as Chair, Sir Bob Neal, Casey. I also regretted how the bill had been used as a means to undermine judicial independence and make ad hominem attacks on judges under the guise of belatedly objecting to the guideline. I'm not the only person to raise these concerns, and I agree entirely with the article on this matter by Sir Bob in the Times last Thursday. I don't propose to repeat any of these arguments, nor do I need to spend a long time on the amendments tabled for debate today. Those from the official opposition do no more than continue on another front, the culture war that is the obsession of the Shadow Lord Chancellor in his quest for higher office. I am more sympathetic to the new clause for in the name of the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, an important member of the Select Committee also, the Honourable Member for Eastbourne. Given the fractious nature of the debate around this bill and the testy relationship between the Sentencing Council and the Ministry of Justice, it may be sensible to review the effect of the bill, but I'm not sure we need to put that into legislation. Indeed, the sentencing landscape is about to shift fundamentally with the imminent publication of the Independent Sentencing Review, swiftly to be followed by a sentencing bill. I suspect that issues raised by this bill will get swallowed up in that process, and the Lord Chancellor has indicated that it may include a review of the role of the Sentencing Council. Without wanting to stir the pot further, I observe that had the Sentencing Council been prepared to postpone implementation of the guideline without the threat of legislation, all these matters might have been dealt with in one bill and in the light of David Gauke's recommendations. The amount of time, parliamentary and ministerial, that's been spent debating a relatively narrow point could, in my view, have been better spent on other matters requiring urgent attention in our courts and prisons. Of course, I'll give way.
Sir Ashley
I'm
Fox.
grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he accept that the reason we are here today is an error of judgment by the Sentencing Council, and they refused to back down on that until threatened with legislation? So doesn't the amendment proposed by the Shadow Justice Secretary actually offer greater protection to the public from future errors of judgment by the Sentencing Council?
Well, I said I don't want to repeat everything I said at second reading, and I think I made a case there for why the Sentencing Council had actually behaved quite properly in the way it conducted, and he was complimented by many people, including the then Select Committee, on the way it conducted its consultation. And I have a great deal of sympathy with the Council and its chair on being somewhat surprised by the reaction at this stage, it having been approved by, well, really everyone who considered it at that time. But where I am with the Right Honourable another member of the Select Committee, whose opinion I have a great deal of time for, is that I think that they were a little stubborn when confronted with the Lord Chancellor's view, as well as other members of this House, and they could have acted in order to prevent us all being here today. And as I say, when there are many other matters that need our attention. The only other observations I have at this stage relate to the amendments in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Kenilworth and Southern. As I would expect from a distinguished former Attorney General, his amendments do go to the central issue of the bill, whether as drafted it does what the government intends it to do. I hope the Minister will address in his response the issue of what a personal characteristic as opposed to a particular demographic cohort is, and what characteristics are caught by Clause 1. I will take a few minutes, if I may, to add some related questions, in which I'm also seeking the Minister's guidance. Firstly, the effect of the bill on sentencing guidelines already in force. The legal effect of the bill goes beyond the imposition of community and custodial sentences guidelines and future guidelines, and would also render unlawful the inclusion of provision framed by reference to different characteristics of an offender in all sentencing guidelines by the Council that have already been issued as definitive guidelines and are currently in force. The potential retrospective effect of the bill upon guidelines already in force could create some legal uncertainty as to the lawfulness of particular guidance in guidance currently in force. There are two main examples of existing overarching guidelines in force that could be caught by the bill: the guideline on sentencing children and young people and the guideline on sentencing offenders with mental disorders, developmental disorders or neurological impairments. In relation to offence-specific guidelines, a significant number contain mitigating factors framed by personal characteristics, which have expanded explanations which refer to the need to order a pre-sentence report. For example, explanation for the mitigating factor of age and or lack of maturity in the aggravated burglary guideline. By way of another example, the explanation of the mitigating factor of pregnancy, childbirth and postnatal care in the same guideline states, when considering a custodial or community sentence for a pregnant or postnatal offender, the probation service should be asked to address the issues below in a pre-sentence report. If a suitable pre-sentence report is not available, sentence should normally be adjourned until one is available. The Minister, in a letter to the Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights on the 24th of April, wrote, "Once the bill is in force, any provision in sentencing guidelines that is of the description in the new subsection 4A will cease to be lawful and so cease to have effect. I can therefore confirm that the bill will, as a matter of law, affect both new and existing guidelines. In practice, this means that some existing guidelines will be affected by the bill, including offence-specific guidelines relating to mitigating and aggravating factors, which set out guidance about pre-sentence reports for specific cohorts." That, to my mind, begs several questions. Firstly, has the government determined which existing guidelines will be rendered unlawful by the bill? Secondly, why did the government decide to make the provision in the bill apply to all guidelines rather than just the imposition of community and custodial sentences guideline, which was issued by the Council as a definitive guideline on the 5th of March 2025? And thirdly, would the government be willing to limit the effect of the bill so that it did not affect the legality of any guidelines currently in force? All these matters in the interests of clarity. Secondly, there is the matter of the definition of personal characteristics that was touched on by the Right Honourable Member for Kenilworth and Southern. The bill states that guidelines produced by the Council cannot include provision framed by reference to personal characteristics. The bill then specifies that personal characteristics include, in particular, race, religion or belief and cultural background. The list is non-exhaustive and therefore also covers other personal characteristics, for example, age, disability, sex and sexual orientation. Clause 1 would therefore render unlawful the following cohorts which were included in the imposition of community and custodial sentence guideline: a young adult, female, the one we've discussed, when I think minorities, pregnant and postnatal, has disclosed they are transgender or has or may have a serious chronic medical condition or physical disability, and there are others. Neither the bill nor the explanatory notes provides any further guidance on the intended meaning of personal characteristics. The use of the term characteristics could mean that each of the protected characteristics as defined by the Equality Act 2010, that is age, disability, gender assignment, marriage and civil partnership, pregnancy and maternity, race, religion or belief, sex, sexual orientation, may be caught by the provision. The Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights wrote to the Lord Chancellor on the 8th of April and asked the following question: is the term personal characteristics in the bill intended to exclude pregnancy, motherhood and age to ensure guidelines that are consistent with case law? The reply from the Minister on the 24th of April I've already referred to is the bill specifies that personal characteristics, including race, religion or belief or cultural background. However, this is a non-exhaustive list, and personal characteristics is also intended to cover a wide range of characteristics, including sex, gender identity, age, physical disabilities and pregnancy status. Pregnancy, motherhood and age are therefore not excluded from the definition of personal characteristics. The explanatory notes to the bill state that the bill does not affect Court of Appeal case law on the circumstances where a pre-sentence report is either necessary or desirable. And it then cites 3 cases: Thompson, where a woman is pregnant or has recently given birth; Meanley, which involves young defendants; and where the defendant's traumatic upbringing, vulnerability and the fact they had a victim of modern slavery meant a pre-sentence report should have been required. The explanatory notes make clear that the government does not intend to prevent the Court of Appeal or any other body from issuing guidance relating to pre-sentence reports from being framed by personal characteristics other than ethnic, cultural, faith and minority community issues. And it would appear to indicate that it does not object in principle to such an approach. The Minister's letter makes it clear that the government objection lies with the Council taking such an approach. So, again, I ask the Minister the following questions. Why does the bill take a non-exhaustive approach to the definition of personal characteristics? Would the government be willing to narrow the effect of the bill so that only references to ethnic minority, cultural minority and faith minority community would be deemed unlawful? Could the government explain why it wishes to make it unlawful for the Sentencing Council to produce guidance to require a pre-sentence report for a defendant with a physical or mental disability? Finally,